Welcome. Good, are you playing a creativity deck today? Test. I had an epiphany during groceries, and we're playing this. Because I think some things about this deck are neat. How's it gonna be in practice? We'll see. But we have 4 persists, we have 4 archons, we have ways to haste the archons. $292 players. Where's my opponent? Did it start properly? Did I join? It says I joined. Did I not fucking join? Bros, I did not join the event. Well, so tough beats. I had 314 points yesterday. So did not eat my QPs, but there is a maximum amount of people, but it's like 1,672. Did I? You didn't eat QPs but kicked you out? I mean, I think I was doing some last minute changes to... But I think I re-entered. If you restart Modo, well, I'm not on the list of players. If you scroll, Canister is not on here. When you go to case. You must have joined at least once to have the screen, right? Yes, I did join at least once. KR, KK, or KN. No, the upper and lower case is the same. I mean, it's possible I actually didn't join. It's possible I left the event and... Well, but I have the deck selected here. Well... No, I guess the deck shows anyways. Hmm. Good luck today. Well, thank you very much, Bouncing. We'll certainly be able to use it well. Given the events that have transpired. Or rather, failed to transpire. I mean, no way to check for me if I was here and was kicked for some reason. I probably didn't join. The Pioneer one is tomorrow, so we're gonna play that tomorrow. Which means that for today...
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hello, Canista.
Did I join on
your
stream?
orange
No.
sweater today. It looks very orange.
Well, I joined at least once and then I left to make changes to the deck. Let's see. And it's not like they're gonna do anything about it. It'll be like tough luck, bro, and the event is gonna go. If I go channel, videos. I have the video from today, which what is gonna have? So I am here waiting for a tournament to start. I was here. I was in a tournament. Because otherwise I have the button to join. No. Okay, well. Okay. I didn't join.
He's a phenomenal
You can see it here.
control player.
Poojas.
With 1 second. Event starts in 1 second. 40 Magic Online champion points. No, I had the red arrow was because I was in a league too. I was pretty sure that on this screen you had if you left the event, then you had the message telling you that you can join with 40 QPs or like whatever other option is. But, you know, here pretty clearly you can see that I failed to join the event. Try with the Pioneer Challenge now. Maybe they changed something, or maybe I'm misinterpreting something. But if you do this, like join Evangels, right? Wait, we didn't join? Yes, Bamzing. It's just why the good luck is gonna be useful. How do you drop? There's no way you can have the screen and also drop. So this was something was off here. Something fishy happened here, so I think I got scammed in some way. I don't know exactly how or by whom. Well, by Modo, by what's the like head of Daybreak Games now? To blame, like Maro. So pissed. I was playing on a comfy afternoon with Kaneki stream. I mean, I guess I can play leagues and then play the Vintage Challenge in 2 hours. Maybe we could do some premium Pepengu content like Genshin. There is a Discord server of Genshin gamers who hold weekly tournaments of Genshin Impact TCG, which is the in-game TCG. And it started at 4, an hour before the showcase challenge today, so I couldn't play in it, and I would have wanted to otherwise. Maybe would have even streamed it. I guess no one would have a clue from Twitch chatters, but maybe you would just sit here anyways. What will you play in Vintage, Joe? Bazaar, Hexdrinker, I think. Not like we have a clue about magic. Yeah, true. So if the tournament ever happens at more opportune time where it doesn't overlap with challenge, because I think it might be a bit tough to double queue with that, and also probably bad experience when, like, you know, both for me and for everyone. Maybe I will play that. Maybe I'll stream a tournament of Genshin cards. The Genshin TCG is in-game, and they actually have different starting times for different servers, because there's NA, EU, Asia, and like I could make an alt account on a different server to play at better times for me, but also the TCG is free to play, but it's gated behind, I don't know, a few weeks of playing, I think, to have access to the cards from like new accounts. That's kind of painful. Kotek, nie denerwuj się. So yeah, good luck to everyone competing in the Modern Showcase Challenge. Are you gonna play? Alright, first I'm gonna prepare the Bazaar deck for the Vintage Challenge. Change title. Modern Leagues it is. We're gonna go to Vintage and we're gonna look at my Hexdrinker Hogak. I think I had some ideas to change this deck. Not play the cards that suck and play a few more of the ones that do not suck. I've seen people play without Hogak, which honestly looks kind of solid. I think still keep the Blood Gas for a bit more of an increased pressure, increase the Gaze Cradle. Have maybe 4 Boss Edges for the Tinker matchups, so Answer Sphinx. But can be in the sideboard. No Forest. Few Dismembers. 4 Surgicals, which I don't know if we need. Caracas. You can maybe have like 2 Bloodgas and have a 4 of Once Upon for consistency and Chalice in the main deck. And just rely on Hexdrinker in the like matchups where you want Hogak to stuff, and you're gonna have more mana to level the Hexdrinker. Bloodgas pumps the Cradle a little bit. It's not super great, but it's a few more stuff. Not enough red for Furies. No, but we have 3 Dismembers, which is also solid. Right, I wished... Okay, maybe I would have went 0-2 anyways. We can cope with that thought. Maybe I would have went 0-2 anyways. We have Caracas for Hogak. We have Dismembers for creature matchups, battling, Pow Pow. And you know, we have Surgicals to extract people. So this time we're gonna join the event by going Vintage Challenge, Hexdrinker, Hogak, 300 play points, joined. Verify that I'm on the list. 5 canister, okay. You've kind of disliked Bloodgust in the deck. Interesting. It is a bit bad that they can only be brought from the graveyard. I kinda liked them. In general, a little bit. I for sure liked Hexdrinker, and I know that Deathrite Shaman is a scam, and don't want to be playing that. Maybe I want to play 4 Dismembers, though. They feel like good against Tabernacle or bad against the rest of Post, but Hate, which is kind of an awkward tension. Well, here then you can cyborg them out for other things you want, right? In a given matchup. But yeah, you're generally okay against Tabernacle to begin with. Kind of the point. So I'm gonna stick with 2. Seem okay to me to do stuff. Postboard you can like keep Yavimaya, Hexdrinker, play Root Walla, start leveling. This whole Bazaar card really is kinda powerful, huh? Yeah, it does make decks like this viable in Vintage, which, you know, if you move this over here and do this, it does not look all that good, right? Does not look so good. Like, yeah, I guess I'm playing like... I mean, a regular deck like this just wouldn't even... I don't know, just like to the core, it's all built around the fact that you're gonna have the Bazaar.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I'd Narba's wreck.
Alright, I'm with creativity in a modern league, so you can play the league for now. Bit of a like different version. I played one match and I have realized a few things, but the general ideas are the same. We have the Thoughtseize, we have a mana base that is only 3 colors, which seems really nice to me. We have Terminates, which can kill Murktide Regent. Nice. We have a bit more removal because you have to fill out the space with something. We have 4 Persist, 8 discard outlets, and Bitter Union Persist is just great combo. In the list I wanted to play, I just played Swamp in the main deck. So many decks. Over a Boseiju, because it's as bad to draw as Boseiju for your Dwarven Mine, but some people play Moon main deck and you can function of a black mana pretty well, and by function I mean you can cast Persist, which seems good enough to win, and like you get your brand locked off, but with Blood Moon your lands don't do anything anyway, so kind of moot. Okay, let's leave the Pioneer Challenge. Because I don't think I'm gonna be playing Angels. I think I will be playing Lotus tomorrow. But I'm not sure. I don't think I love Phoenix. No kurwa, jak można nie dołączyć do turnieju? Ja pierdolę, no. Jest takie zjebane. Do we want to play Jatora, Center 1? Probably. Because we don't have another Jatora to fetch. Like, am I gonna fetch a Jatora? Am I gonna cycle the Jatora? Unlikely. And just painless good mana and we go Jatora, Mountain, Reunion, discard Cruelty of Archon. Have Archon the Graveyard for possess. Some people play just Giant Colors and they play 2 Jatoras. I kinda don't understand that. I mean, I was actively fooled by the interface, so I put the blame on the interface, not on me. Hey Kanye just joined. Why no Showcase Gaming? Because I did not join the event properly because I was fooled by the interface. Yeah, let's persist maybe. Good. What happened in detail? Please explain. You can rewatch the previous 15 minutes of the stream and then you will get a good picture of what happened. Because I don't feel like repeating myself. Can play around Spell Pierce. Only for subs though. Yes, but you are subscribed. I think we don't need to attack. So I can afford to just play around Spell Pierce. That's us game winning, yes. Attacking with the Archon would have been. And we can board into the Serra's Emissaries because there is a chance that my opponent is a Orvar Maniac. And I think Hammer is fairly weak to that anyways. So we perform this change. And we go submit. There's a chance my opponent doesn't even play blue mana. I guess blue mana is not necessary for playing Orvar. You might as well just play no blue mana and play Orvar. You have push Ren, yeah. This seems acceptable to keep. Mush flats, okay. So they do play blue mana. Spare Sentinel, okay. And Ornithopter. So you have to remember to prioritize playing fetches different than Bloodstained Mire. Because Bloodstained Mire can fetch Swamp, so we have to... Which I haven't sideboarded, so I guess it's not relevant. But so you don't have to remember that. Funnily, if I had Swamp in my main deck, should I keep it? Damn, that's a good question. I think I probably should swap it for the Bazaar, which is also in the new version of the deck, I guess. Ouch, we give them 2 cards to answer the things efficiently on curve. Doesn't seem worth it. Because I kinda waste my mana in the future turns a little bit. They play a paladin like this, it very well might be that they have another one, but they also might have blacksmith skill, hammer, and just kinda want to take advantage of the sentinel. No extra land, so it's not a guarantee that they will punish me for playing slowly here. Urza's Saga, okay. Stoneforge Mystique, okay. Caldra complete with Saga. That's always kind of awkward when you do that with Hammer, because you are then incentivized to do 2 things at once, sort of. Pay and ping. If they have blacksmith skill, that's fine. They have pierce, it's fine. They have skill, they could go skill in response to me paying, but that's kind of risky. Maybe not risky, but you just cycle the skill. Well, you cycle the skill to save the sentinel. Can kill Ren with... Okay, I'm actually not that bad, but... You might be incentivized to keep the skill for a better use. Ech. Does Sentinel check on resolution? It does, yeah. Against most hammer lists, naming creature should be game winning. Canistra is being attacked by Phyrexian Germ token, interesting. We have a Spell Pierce and an Equiper. Both lines are gonna make me die. Not necessarily, they have Spell Pierce Paladin, then you could pass. Could see them not wanting to pierce the Ren. They have skill. Next turn is hammer. Well, no shit, bro. They need a paladin to equip though, and then they need an extra colored mana, which they missed a land last turn. I'm not... They probably would have pierced it, like it's kinda close. It's possible that they wouldn't or something, but I think I'm not super lucky to lose. I guess I could get like I'll be bad. I'll be truly bad. I haven't thought of that. What does the Serra thing do? I choose a card type and I have protection from the chosen card type, so I choose creatures and and then creatures don't do anything to me. And Hammer shouldn't have much removal to deal with Serra's Emissary, if any. I think I might have blew it against Relic. I have not thought about Saga grabbing a graveyard hate piece. Yeah, it gets Hammer. Springleaf Drum. Yes. I guess that way I lose to skill now because they drew the Springleaf Drum. I guess I do lose on their Hammer too. Not quite, I guess. Yeah, I do. Okay, that is Pierce anyway, so nothing mattered. Now they've seen the set as a misery. Which is fine. Pierce is better than Counterspell. Okay. Just the card Counterspell or like counterspells in general? I registered collectible brutality today in creativity and you hope you don't regret it big time. Well, you basically, if you played against Burn and you draw it, it was worth it, but if you don't, then probably not gonna regret it big time, but maybe small time. Unless it's main deck, then I think it's kinda cringe. Bit, well, low power, I would say. I could claim Aid. They expect a lot of Orvar. I think it's possible that Hammer gamers will like still play Orvar. I think I'll fetch Jatora and play Ren. Can I add this emote? Let me see. Sure. I have added this emote. I kinda just rewatched the vid. Nice joining skills. Again, I put the blame on the interface because it did something weird that it doesn't do usually. So it let me onto a screen onto which I shouldn't have access had I not joined the event. So I just shouldn't have went this way. Wow, what a hand. Talic Rebuke. It's kinda close. If we draw a creativity, we would be like to be able to play it. John creativity, white card in hand, nice life. Yes. Could die to them drawing a scale and waiting a turn. Not a Spell Pierce though. We already seen Spell Pierce and Metallurgic Rebuke, so how much they could have it. Love this deck will be getting a Cyborg die for subscribers. Maybe if I like it and play it more, I will update the existing one. Because it's a bit obsolete. Outdated maybe, not obsolete. The hand has a hammer. Unfortunately, we can't cast Emissary for 7 mana. Not without the help of the Fable. Can discard it in cleanup soon, relatively soon. Could draw Boseju and that would be pretty game winning. Could draw Iron 6 and then that would be not very much game winning. Could also, I guess, Emblem Ren next turn. We have Nature's Claims. Only twice per turn because I only have 2 green lands in this version of the deck. I think I should be playing 2 Stomping Grounds. But you can do that. Just top 8 your first challenge poggers, the first one you ever played, or the first challenge top 8 that transpired. Congrats. Alright, we won by Ren 6 with Nature's Claim. Nice and soft voice today, or is it a new mic? I am less sick now. I am almost unsick. Healthy, I guess. So my voice sounds probably different than it used to yesterday. Mic is the same. Kurwa, no. Not join the event. Guess there is a modern challenge tomorrow because kinda excited about this build of the creativity deck because it feels really nice. Like has good numbers and good mana. I think I laughed at Giant Creativity at first when people played it against me, but thought about it a bit more and came around to liking Bitter Union. Well, actually I liked Bitter Union the entire time, but came around to liking it because of Bitter Union. Can fetch Mountain. I don't know what Sacred Foundry tapped. But I probably discard Dwarven Mine. We get access to more. Oh, it's Dredge. That's fine. Get access to, you know, Fable to put the Archon to the graveyard. It's good stuff. Should John Creativity splash Expressive Iteration or no? I think the strength of this deck, a strength of this deck that I actually like is the fact that I have good mana. And I can play through Blood Moon with one basic. So the answer would be no. Deals damage. Creeping Shields is sorcery, right? Yes. Also, Expressive Iteration is much worse when your deck has cards like Archon of Cruelty, I think. That you actually don't want to necessarily cast. I think that's a bit of a problem for a deck like this. I don't know if we beat that. And discard Archon. Being Archon only, yeah. Get Archon. Mire on the thing. But Brutality can be good versus Hammer or Merctag when you kill a guy and take their interaction, have Ren Lens, Archon discard, but card is weak. Yes, like, even if you do all that stuff, the effects are just weak, right? Wait, is it a bad attack? Because I guess it actually lets more damage through because they can Dark Blast this always. Probably is. How many chills? 2 chills. Fire in the graveyard. So I guess it depends if they're gonna find another chill. Yeah, it's just that if they're gonna find a chill, they have an Ox in the graveyard, so they, you know, have plenty of cards to find it. Maybe even the entire deck, probably not. This guy can ping. I don't know if it makes a difference because this will not be returning. This might be returning with Narcomoeba. Because if this returns, that means a chill has been cast, which you don't beat anyways. So you just have to hope that the chill is in the whatever bottom few cards they can access, which is like bottom 3 cards of their deck, because they can discard and grab Imp. Yeah, I got the chill. We do have 4 Leyline of the Void against Dredge, which seems useful. Can Dredge do anything but Serra's Emissary on creature? They can chill you, which is a sorcery. That doesn't sound reliable. Okay, any chance we get to see you draft Braids and Goblin Welders again this season? I only drafted those cards out of necessity, so I will be unlikely to do that again. I think we're gonna stick to Archons, seem good enough, and the chill make Serra Mystery. Like, no need to non-Archon, right? Terminate out. And what, pushes or 2 Thoughtseize? But will you draft Vintage Cube again? I might draft Vintage Cube today. Very likely I will, because between the Vintage Challenge rounds, etc. Thoughtseize seems more valuable than Fetal Push. On the play, take their Leyline answer if they have any. Or take their Enabler. Can I keep this hand? It's kind of a good hand, but there is a chance to get a Leyline otherwise. I might not draw my third land, that will be disastrous. I will be starting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12 while alive. It's a chill range. It might be tough to creativity through Dark Blast on 4. So if I had no Leyline in the deck, I would keep this for sure, but if I have a Leyline in my deck, I think we should move. That's what we're gonna do. This is worse. This is worse because it does Thoughtseize, but has no follow-ups. I guess we go to 5 now. So do I now go to 4? Because it might be that Dredge just doesn't have Leyline answers at this point. This doesn't seem like it wins. I need to draw a pretty specific card. Kurwa, nawet nie ma tego jebanego fetcha tutaj. Nie mogę zagrać tego gówna, ja pierdolę. Okay, let's go to 3 cards. They board the ley lines. This is 3 cards, so like I guess I'll try move to 2 for the ley line and keep the ley line. Okay, so I have Lane of Sanctity, that's a reason not to play Bazaar, but that's a reason to go towards Archon, or rather as Emissary. Now you figure you're 1 permanent. I have 2 permanents in play. Now you draw a Ren and 6 and you just win. You see my opponents on the Narcomoeba Hardcast plan. It's a great card to start winning if we draw a land. We might fall behind an Amalgam a little bit, but hopefully we'll manage. Cool, even better, low toughness. Ren. So you're gonna run and you're gonna ping the ghoul. I think we were winning this one. As they suddenly answer the ley line somehow. When discarded Otherworldly Gaze and Thrilling Discovery, okay. Hardcast Ox incoming. I think once I cast the Fable, we can battle with that. Or we can draw a bolt. Yeah, like through thanks to the Fable, we can draw the bolt, etc. The dwarves alone, like 2 dwarves straight for the Ox. Well, attacks me and not Ren, interestingly. Don't want those. Tank Blast, okay. I was a bit afraid they would use Dark Blast after I attack with the Goblin, but I guess that line is also good for them because they kill the Ren. 4 mana, Creeping Chill, solid move. Draw a Blasting Mire. Which we probably ditch, persist, worse than a Blasting Mire. Tak, next turn we can copy Kikis. Imagine Leyline of Despacito. How good can it be? Yeah. What? Does Despacito mean slowly or quickly? I'm not sure. Discarded Ox and Discovery. Damn, Discarded Ox? That card seems like one of the better cards in their deck. Imagine playing a deck that literally dies to one card. You can play around instant speed removal a little bit by making a copy in my end step. And then we can make another one. And then we make the rest of the copies in their end step. So we can copy with use copy to copy a copy now, and they can't kill a real one with an instant speed removal. So we only lose the like temporary value, but we still keep the value cards on board. The kikis that threaten to do the same next turn. So copy that. Copy. Alright, Cancer wins. So now that we know they have the ley line, let's have the emissaries instead. TBH. Maybe with Nature's Claim as a way to gain life. This is chill. Thoughtseize also becomes worse. So you could have like claims here. gain life versus chills. Or we could have push. Maybe we could have swamp to gain life. To lose less life too. I don't think you're gonna fetch swamp that often. We have ley line, so I guess we're gonna keep. They discarded Prized Amalgam, Thrilling Discovery. But if you cast Discovery, you gain 2 life, so maybe you should cast Discovery instead. Sounds better. No answer to Leyline, pathetic. It does seem like that is my opponent's modus operandi. Like, I'm not sure that Dredge decks play answers to Leyline nowadays. Because no one really plays Leyline, so... Scarlet Scalding Tarn and Silver Smooth Cool. Were there? Oh, seems like they do, yeah. Okay. Monka S. But do you think they run answers to Sarah's Emissary? They can't kill me with Chill from 17. But we've got protection from creatures. And let's see. Canister wins the match, so that worked. Easy 3-0. The first match that you didn't see, I played it today before my stream to check if everything is right with my deck, and I found out that a few like lands, etc. I wanted to change. I played against a mirror of other creativities. Hypnotical. I guess I keep. Hello, hello. Hopefully my opponent does not deploy a turn 1 Ragavan Monkey. They probably will not with Kahira because that's actually not allowed. So the powerful start of Dwarven Mine, they led on a plains, which is odd for a Kahira deck. I think we are up against Tribal Cats. No, Elemental. Smoke Braider. Green. Voice. Voice. Okay, so this is some kind of a Tribal LMLS deck. Color me surprised. I thought it's gonna be Cats, but I guess, yeah. It's more likely not to be Cats than it is to be Cats. Free damage, fine. Going face. Alright, time to Fable. My hand clogged a bit with all of those bitter unions, but can make up to 2 Archons next turn. Red, white, green, blue. Omnath. Locus of Creation. I actually expected it to be Omnath. When I see my opponent break those colors of mana, I was like, damn, that has to be Omnath. This going fast. Well, I block. I'll block the 1-2. Sick inference, thanks. So I would like to draw Archon to discard it, to reanimate it immediately. To not get solituded. We're gonna discard this. Lightning Bolt. Okay, I can Bolt Omnath. Ping Omnath. Attack. Play Goblin Shaman. Or rather attack with Goblin Shaman, make treasure. Play Wooded Foothills, fetch. Dwarven Mine. Creativity on the Dwarf token. See if we get salted now. We don't. Improve my opponent's voice. And do stuff. If LML is good again, I don't particularly think so. I don't think my opponent's deck is particularly good. You can edit the song list, don't play Erika. Why is that? Feel like Erika. German soldier song Erika from the 30s. I see. Alright, let's remove it then. Recommission on Thunderous Awakener. Damn. We're not gonna listen to Erika. Can instead listen to Jessica. Borys. No nie bonus. No może być Borys. Alright, we're gonna block the elemental. Two mana, another voice. Solid. Straight up solid opponent. I think this move is also quite solid, as it puts my opponent on death. They're playing elementals. It seemed like they play a very creature focused version, which it could be that Serra's Emissary locks them out if we name creature. But I'm not entirely sure. They could run Teferi, they could run Leyline Bindings, they could run Path to Exiles out of the sideboard, or any sort of funny stuff like that. They are also an Elementals deck, which means that they could play Orvar. It's an Elemental, maybe they play Flamekin Harbinger, if their deck constitutes of cards like the 1-2 haste guy. So I'm going to keep my removal, keep Thoughtseize. Maybe I just go 2 Emissary, 2 Archon. And you're gonna see what's gonna happen when you do that thing. Like that hedges against Orvar a bit without trying to all-in lock with emissaries. Sand seems playable. Kerthia Triumph, okay. Play this, because if they don't play anything, I want to fetch Jatora. Jatoras. Well, I don't want to push this end of turn. I play Ren. Pick the land. Is that a solitude situation? Seems fairly costly, and I will just replay Ren on the next turn. Can maybe try to use my removal combined with the Ren ping to get rid of the voice token. Or the voice and its token. Good morning, Mr. Streamer. Was Bridge just not feeling right today? Surprised you didn't run it. I had some ideas about John creativity and I thought I like it, so I just decided to play with it. This against Bran seems not exciting. Breach feels good, like feels right, but this also felt right. And well, if we win this match, which I think we will, we're going to be 4-0 in this league. Unfortunately, my Ren dies, unless I use a simple removal spell on this Thunderkin Awakener. Ren should be banned. Unfortunately, you have broken the one rule of this channel.
Control player.
Canny teeth.
So I have to give you a timeout. It's bold, so they can't well, and also you keep push for Omnath. Let's keep the showcase. I have failed to join because of some MTGO displaying trickery. I was thinking I was joined already, but turned out I didn't. And then the event started and I was like, hey, why doesn't my round start? Should have played the Fable, I didn't notice I have it. Oops. Whatever, doesn't matter. So we're going to play the Vintage Challenge soon. Damn, why some people can get timeouts and others not? Good question. Oh, so the entire point of their deck is to recommission the... Is it on top now, if I fetch this? Yeah, it does. Entire point is to recommission this with a +1/+1 counter so you can reanimate voices and fulminators. Solid. Let's see if they have Veil or some interaction. Would be a little bit of a blowout. Oh, Vintage, what are you bringing today? We're playing Hexdrinker Bazaar. We got the list over here. Vintage Hexdrinker Hogak. No squee. Hexdrinker. Chalice, Dice of Cringe. I think Chalice is okay. I don't know why it wouldn't be okay. I guess it's also not a Hogak deck because it doesn't have Hogak, yeah. Good observation. What I search? Fury. Right, whatever. In haste, shaman. Did Cancer drop the showcase? I failed to join the showcase. So unfortunately, wasn't able to play in it. They pitched an Omenath to play Fury, which I'm fine with. We have a backup brain anyways. They're gonna be grabbing Kahira now. No, casting Fulminator Mage. Number 1, Fulminator Mage is fun. Good job, opponent giving us white mana. That's actually true, opponent gives us white mana with that Dwarven Mines. That's pretty funny. I would have noticed myself if you didn't tell me so. Oh wow. Not killing my land this time? Curious. Yeah, Fulminator versus Ren does not look too impressive. That much is certain. Remember 20 euros Fulminator Mages? Barely, but I do, yeah. Would be better if Fulminator was a 2 mana planeswalker if +1 destroy target land. That does sound a little bit overpowered. We'll see who land distracts who. I could play a Set as a Mystery, but I think it's a bit funny to kill my opponent's lands, so. Let's go, Canister. Are so good those Seras in the side. I don't know if they're so good, but kinda makes sense so far. But it does spend lots of slots, so if a better way to use those slots comes to mind, we might do that instead. For in the league. Nice build canister. Seems powerful and well designed, the deck. Yeah, it does seem like that. I think second stomping ground makes sense. Maybe the swamp in the main deck. I like terminate as it gives you an actual way to contest the Furies out of scam. Makes you able not to just die. Spell Pierce truly isn't it too good of a card against scam. It's actually really bad against scam. For the most part. I think the scam matchup is a bit concerning at times. Swamp could be bad because of the dwarf business, I agree. But I have it. I think it's fine to have it. Because you can also not fetch it, right? So it's as bad as a Boseju. So like if you are fine playing two Bosejus, you can be playing the Swamp too. It's gonna mess you up sometimes. Mess maybe your Ren even, but it's probably a mulligan. Although I could technically clean up this card, then have free persist to reanimate the guy. But instead we're gonna keep this. Put back a land, I guess. Forest. Expedition map. What is that? Well, let's find out. Oh, D10. Isn't it greedy to send back a land instead of persist? I have Ren in my hand, so I guess it's a bit greedy. My opponent interacts with the Ren, but it's good if they don't. Which card? I think I take Explore here. More likely that they clog and they don't do much. I think I take the Pact, and by the time they Titan again, they should be able to Pact again. This way we can Ren, pick the Arid Mesa, and pass. The young Losha. Xerct 4 really. Making sure that we get a good dosage of young Losha. Also wonder what happens when you are a popular musician or personality. Yeah, like young Losha. And your name is young Losha. And then eventually you're gonna be 50 years old. So it's kinda awkward to use the nickname Young anymore, right? So what do you do? Do you change it? Is there a precedent? Sarah Locadia Epi, probably. Panie piekanistrze, pan zapora swoją playlistę, bo jest zbyt potężna. You can go... Song queue. Where all song list? To grab it. But it's requested by viewers, so it's dynamic. I don't really have a playlist on my own. Lost Titan beat Sarah's a mystery. You need to name land and creature, so you need to... I think Archon seems good enough because they don't have good answers. You'll be 5-0 in Modern Showcase if not for some macabre bug. Nice. Yeah, it seems like. Can pour out bolts, keep pushes because they killed Dryad, and bring in free Nature's Claim. I mean, the opponents this league... Yeah, I mean, they run mostly normal decks, like Titan's normal deck. So I think it's very wasteful that I have skipped the showcase, but... Thankfully, we can go 0-2 in the Vintage Challenge and be happy about our lives once and for all. They have only 4 cards in hand, one of them being a forest. So, I don't know if they're gonna be able to do much. Dismember. Sure, bro. Can Fotsy's next turn? I know that makes a difference. Probably gonna take the Dismember anyways with creativity in hand, but... There's a better way to spend my mana to cast Reunion now, although better to save Reunion if I draw Archon later, so... You know. Who knows? Bro, this song is so good. Ella, Ella. Ella, Ella. Will we see Explosivas? Fetches up and Urza's Saga solid. Fotsy's take Orvar so you can... Archon is a funny line. Yeah. There's also a legitimate reason to play. Play that. Fotsy's over Spell Pierce. We do get to copy a land or maybe something that they have. Or a land you have. But Fotsy's has more counterplay versus Orvar than Spell Pierce. Didn't even play the Saga, bro. Let's make 2 Archons if they drew Dismember. The Saga they can play a Titan anyways. Because we can claim it. Orvar is a cute cat, also a dog, and an angel. True. Orvar is also a Brushwag, bros. Get it? Also a clown. And a gamer. Why did they fetch Urza's Saga and they didn't play it? I don't know. That said, 2 Archons should win. Do you guys think Perseus would be a better play experience for both players if it could target creatures in your opponent's graveyard? You actually got a 5-0. I wonder if leagues are softer during a Modern Showcase Challenge because the strong gamers play in the Modern Showcase Challenge. I don't know, I wouldn't know. So it's 27 minutes until the Vintage Challenge now, which means that we could probably maybe play draft of Vintage Cubesters. Discuss. Yes. All right. Anonymous. Unanimously. Which I decided. Am I having a seizure? No. I'm trying to pronounce the word. It's really hard. Unanimously. Like you Google unanimously and then you see how is it written. Unanimously. The phonetic is just so funny to me. Any stipulations? No stipulations. I'm too bad at Cube to stipulate myself. I'm stipulated enough as is. I'll pick an archetype and I will force it. From pick 1, 2, or 3. After pick 3, I have to have a deck that I will be drafting. No staying open. That's my stipulation. For Storm? No. Although we'll see. I think we should unanimously pick Artifacts or Reanimator. Yes, but not both at the same time. Say out loud, pick 3, what we drafting? Sure. Force Mindslaver Loop. I believe I never assembled the Mindslaver Loop in Cube. Maybe never at all, in general. Although I would not be surprised if I had Mindslaver and Amulet Titan at some point. With a single Mindslaver Academy Ruins, yeah. With Academy Ruins. It also doesn't seem very good, doesn't seem very plausible to achieve, to assemble. Black Lotus? Oh no, shit, no Black Lotus. Okay, there is Mana Drain. How good is Mana Drain compared to Power? Is Mind Drain like almost Power or is it not? Discuss. I think it's pretty good. I think it's probably no soloring, but it's like Time Twister level of power. But Time Twister, depending who you ask, you might get different answers. I think nonetheless, I think Mana Drain seems the best. Caracas, Griselbrand, not the same level. So we're going to take Mana Drain and we're gonna force blue control. Pick 2. We've got Jace, the Mind Sculptor. A card that we can spend the mana, drain mana on. Not that well, it's only 2 colorless in the cost, but maybe it will let me keep up a interaction still. Time Spiral is also blue, but it's whatever. Besides that, the strong cards that we see are what? Fetches. Fetch. 1 fetch. I think I'll take the Jace. It does make sense after Mana Drain. It does pair up well with that card. Also, I will check if I have joined the Vintage Challenge. Yes, I am on the list of players that have enlisted for the tournament. Spiral and Drain synergize nicely. Yeah. Could take Hallowed Fountain and force blue-white control. You could take other blue cards. Daze, Gash is whatever. Daze is sometimes okay, but it tends to fall off pretty quickly in that. Wall of Omens is more blue-white control, but that will wheel. And we have a blue card. Let's take the Fountain. Yeah, take Fountain, wheel the wall. Blue-white control it is. This is a blue-white control card. This is a blue-white control card, but we've got this already. Although it is also green if you want to splash green. Archon is powerful for certain strategies, but does not go with my previous pick, so I will ignore it and I will choose between Balance, the Wandering Emperor, Memory Deluge, and Shpara's Headquarters. Balance is good with mana rocks, but I think the control decks tend to not always have those. Has a fairly powerful effect and a sweeper, and it's good with Jace at least. Kinda, we have a big hand with Jace. Let's take the Balance. Here we see Elspeth, Sans Champignon, Spell Pierce, Karn. Spell Pierce is tag interaction. Not always greatest in the control deck, but it is nice. Elspeth is powerful but expensive. Karn, Sign of Urza also kinda, yeah, it's kinda whatever. I think Spell Pierce looks the best because then I cut blue and we do stuff. Take Emrakul. Karn is nice with the mana drain, that is true. I'll take the Spell Pierce. Here we see Thran Dynamo, which I can spend my mana drain mana on to effectively have mana drain every turn. Could have a Signet, which is white. Not very good with mana drain. We could take Ashiok with control cards. So you could take Winds. Winds is actually pretty good for blue-white control. I think Temporary Lockdown seems pretty weak in Cube. Maybe it's if it wheels. Let's take the Winds. This spec is kind of shit all around, I think. Opposition, no creatures. Parallax Wave, doesn't make sense. But it's not like much makes sense. You could take Hungerback Walker, you could take Baral to cut blue. Parallax Wave, maybe some kind of a combo with balance. Let's take Baral, but I mean, this is gonna wheel because shit. The Ferry on color, pretty nice. Your cool hub stacks are sick. I don't think I ever had one. Sun Titan with the Ferry to return. Could also take Toxic Deluge, which is a nice sweeper for 3 mana. Sun Titan seems kinda replaceable. Let's take the Deluge. Him to Turag is a big commitment to black, so I think I'll take Gideon over that. Wall of Omens returned. There's also Dark Shores for a Deluge, but I think Wall of Omens offers more. Also that synergy with the Fairy. Wandering Emperor. Let's take her. Is there a Vintage Challenge tonight? Yes, I joined it. I will be playing it in 18 minutes. But on pick 3, you said blue-white, not Esper. Does seem like we have all the Planeswalkers, so... Having so many Planeswalkers is good with balance, right? Because Planeswalkers don't get balanced, so... It's kinda neat. Temporary Cockdown or a Black Source? Probably Black Source is better. What do you think? Let's take the Black Source. The Cockdown seems just... How many decks? Like, maybe you can... Hapus. Time Walk. That seems okay, generally speaking. Whenever I see Kani draft the Vintage Cube, the other drafters do weird shit. Well, I often do too, so... Maybe it's a ripple effect. Somebody took Miscalculation, Days, and Gosh out of the previous pack, which saddens me, but... Mox Jet facilitates the Black Splash and is generally acceptable. Raffin's Tower, maybe it's gonna wheel. Would be really nice if it did. What? Question mark. Very good question. Well, let's take the Mox Jet because it seems pretty good. Here we could take Yorion. So far we can play all of our picks except for Yolku Hapus. Are there alternatives to Yorion to take here? Not much, like the Blade Splicer. It's kinda whatever. Maybe I want Blade Splicer to protect my Planeswalkers. Walking Ballista seems a bit uninspiring. Blade Splicer also makes... I guess Blade Splicer seems kinda okay to actually block for the Planeswalkers. 2 bodies, 1 with First Strike. We don't actually actively want to Yorionize our deck. Yeah, the Yorion sometimes wheels, so it might do that. And if we... Yeah, like Yorion doesn't do anything in my deck currently. It blinks Wandering Emperor, but... Now we can take Apparition, Oblivion Ring. Which one do we prefer? Back to Back Academy Ruins Mindslaver. Yeah, someone is gonna have their fun. if they commit. What's better, Oblivion Ring or Skyclave Apparition, bros? I think Oblivion Ring is better with balance in the deck. Could also take Fast for Discovery, but I think I like the Oblivion Ring. Blue Fetchland, land tax. Let's take Blue Fetchland, which is also a black Fetchland, so we can play Swamp and actually play the Deluge with like it was a Swamp. Like already one Swamp, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 sources already. Wrath of God seems okay. We don't have many creatures. We have Blade Splicer to Wrath of God. Could play Bribery, but it's hit or miss, and I have relatively expensive powerful cards already. So I'll take the Wrath of God. Already have a Vogue. Yes, but I don't mind having 2 with 1, 2, 3, 4, with 5 Planeswalkers already. Because I already have 3 Wraths. This pack is kinda dry. Can hate take Ragavan or take Ravages of War. Why this message was flagged for review? I don't know, maybe in some dialect. This is not cool to say Vogue, but I don't know what that would mean. Elspeth Resplendent. If we want more Planeswalkers. This seems like a fairly weak one. Because you go -3, look at top 7 cards, and you choose a permanent. Oh, that sounds bad. It's like push. I don't really want to play it, but maybe if my mana will be good enough, I will. Lord on the third path. The third path. Of the third path. Disenchant. Disenchant versus Hero of Bladehold, but I think Disenchant Mon seems better. There was Thespian stage, but I'm not gonna be into Thespian stage. I will let have someone have the fun. Yorion. Maybe we're gonna Yorion if we literally play everything. Skyclave Apparition. Wow, no one took the Academy Ruins, no one took the Mindslaver. Still waiting for the owner. Le sono schnappi il piccolo crocodile. Exactly. That is the song that's playing right now. Schni schna schnappi. In the sideboard we have 2 cards right now. It's Yolku Hapus and Ravages of War. Field. Sacred Foundry. Now we have more cards in the sideboard. Schni schna schnappi. We're actually more of a white deck than a blue deck now. I think we picked very few blue cards. This pack we picked Time Walk. And then everything else was white. So it seemed like white midrange was open. Blue not necessarily so this pack, which means it's gonna be open this pack. Now we see. Balance looks a bit worse with some of those monsters. I barely have any monsters. I have Apparition, I guess. Ancestral Pog. There's no Ancestral in there. Oh, there's the Treasure Cruise. That's what you mean. There's Godless Shrine. Maybe take Godless Shrine. I mean, Urza seems nonsensical on my deck. Top is not good. It's probably good, but like, I only have one fetch land and yeah, no, it's not good. Like, it's fine, but I don't think it's better than Godless Shrine. Treasure Cruise is strictly better recall for exile synergies. If you were to measure the cards for this exact category, then I think indeed Treasure Cruise would come up ahead, yes. The Fairy Hero of Dominaria. You want even more Planeswalkers. Which is, sure, why not? Hullbreaker Horror, that's 7 mana. Other cards, what? Repeal? That sounds like... We would like a few more counter spells, but I guess we're just gonna counter the important stuff with mana drain. Very might will repeal. I could use that reasoning, but it's just kinda not that good anyways, right? Can take Oust, Colonnade, Venser.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I imagine you've answered this a bunch, but why no modern showcase?
I'm not playing the Modern Showcase because I failed to enter the event properly, so the event started without me. I think I'll take Colonnade. Hopefully we'll oust. Dimir Singed to ramp to my Planeswalkers. It makes blue-white. It does make white, and I have white-white on a bunch of cards, which is a bit of a problem, but don't need Elspeth. Narset I don't have any like combos for that. So I think despite the colors being slightly off, it's still good enough. Mana Thief, Adeline, more Planeswalkers, or Ugin. How many white Planeswalkers are there in the cube? There was 4 mana Elspeth, there was 5 mana Elspeth that we didn't take earlier. Probably have a good portion of them, but there is 3 Elspeths, with 2 Gideons. Wandering Emperor, Teferi. Maybe Vindicate. Vindicate looks good, yeah. Relatively cheap. And like Adeline doesn't fit my Wrath of God deck.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Specular for some stack
Ooh.
interaction. Oh, Palace Jail there. I mean, Palace Jailer is really good. At times. I have a limited amount of creatures, so if I lose Monarch... But also, like, all my deck is removal, so I probably... No! Let's take this Palace Jailer. It's like a bit awkward to have more 4-drops white, but... Spellseeker can grab my Time Walk, but it's kinda lame. Seacrom Coast, Skitaxon, probably let's take Seacrom Coast. Make my mana a bit better. Make sure that I can draw Seacrom Coast off the top on the turn that I need to top deck my 4th land for Gideon. With Gideon, Wandering Emperor, Wrath God, and Palace Jailer in hand. Can take Raw Green Triumph as another blue-white dual, although it's just always tapped. Well, I guess Solitude is kinda great though. I didn't notice that first. Be solid, dude. Let's make sure once again that I am in the vintage challenge. Yes. We have 2 Caracas in the sideboard, 3 Dismember, 4 Endurance, 4 Surgical, 2 Boseju, 2 Boseju. Yes, we are in here. So the Black Splash is a little bit... well, Vindicate makes the Black Splash pretty okay, I think. Because more ways to deal with any problematic permanent seems solid. We only have 1 counter spell. The Mana Drain. We have plenty of white costs and the Mana Drain, so we need good fixing. We have 1, 2... 3, 4 duels. Treasure Cruise I will probably not be able to play because everything that I have is a permanent. Destroy Evil, I'm not sure it's main deckable. Ventslayer Angel is kinda redundant. I have plenty of like similar type of cards. I could have this for aggro in the sideboard. Maybe better. I have like ways to destroy enchantments. Destroy Evil seems kinda weak. Hullbreaker Horror for Grinding Mirrors. Did we register for Vintage? Bros, I'm pretty sure we registered for Vintage. So for Euro you need to play 60 cards, so you want to be playing 20, 24, 25, 26 lands maybe. Said the same about the Showcase. Yes, but fewer times. And with a lesser... well, I guess not with a lesser degree of confidence. Actually with a higher degree of confidence, but a wrongful one. Venture Stack Interaction. Alright, let's check. Vintage Challenge, 30 seconds. Canister in here. How's doing in the Showcase? I have failed to register for Showcase properly. I thought I have rejoined, but I have failed to rejoin, and I actually ended up not playing in it. Bros, do you think we play the Orion? Like, should make my deck better or not? Because we can play like all the Elspeths was fine. Like in 40 cards I will cut her, but in 60 I can play her. We do have worse mana in 60 though. And we draw Mox Jet and Time Walk less often, so it seems not quite worth it. Probably feels like you actually get a better deck by, you know, cutting off this and just playing 40. It's fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Planeswalkers, bros. If we can defend the walkers here and seems not too good. Yeah, kinda like doesn't seem like I need more value that the Yoran brings. Specular I might just play. Are we playing black? It's unclear. Probably not. Because we have Wrath of God. But we could play Toxic. Well, I think we want to play Vindicate and Deluge. We probably don't play Push. We need 35 cards that we can play. Like, this is 30. No, we just can't play Yoran even. We don't want to play Baral, probably no push. But Vindicate and Tuxedo is okay. Spellcaller is stuck interaction. Oh, Vintage Change has started. Seems like I joined. Let's mulligan this. I'm gonna build the Vintage Cube deck after this Battle Royale that ensues. We put back Cradle. We're waiting for the last pick from our opponent. Put back Cradle. We are on the draw, and I think my deck is worse on the draw than it is on the play. Opponent mulligan to 5, so maybe a mirror. Blue deck small to 5 rarely. Saga. Saga pass. So we might kill it on turn 2. Jewel Lotus combo. How do you know that? Do I want the Mox Ruby? Seems like Boseju is probably gonna be better. I don't have the red root walla. I play Charles on 0 to prevent my opponent from top decking fast mana. Only slow mana allowed. Unless they play Ancient Tomb, they shouldn't even make a construct. And Canister wins, so it seems like Charles of the Void was good enough to kill them. So I think we don't sideboard. If they play Tinker Sphinx, then we would want to sideboard the extra Bosejus, but we don't know that. I guess we could board out Chalice on the draw and have a Boseju number 3. As a hedge, like in general, Chalice on the draw is weak. They did scoop to Chalice, but I don't know. This we powder. Uder. This we keep. I only voted to you lose because I am a gambling degenerate chasing losses. Chasing losses. Why are you chasing losses? Mentor turn 1. I don't like that. That is not good. Mentor, as it might be just unbeatable. TBH. A mentor like this. Well, it's not really a 2-2. I think I prefer to take Root Walla over Hollow One, given that Hollow One will not punch through the Mentor. Have you ever beaten a Grey Ogre? Every night. That's funny. But I won the flip to just add insult to injury. And a play spell. Soldering is one drop. I don't think I want to misstep it. I'll misstep this instead. Because I could name Hexdrinker, that'll be very tough. Has any of your opponents ever lost a crypt flip? Not that I remember. I literally always win. Which is insane. -1 level. Oops. Doesn't matter, we get to level 8 in the same speed anyways. Seems like their hand is dry, which is good for me. I don't know if I should be using Bazaar. I think I might as well keep those vigors. Force of vigor for now. Use Bazaar with a bigger hand later. They fetch end of turn for an underground sea. I don't know what this means when they do that. They won the flip again. I think they lost one flip because they're at 16. Brainstorm. No i kurwa się posypało wszystko, teraz mi rozjebie. Tymi mnichami. I fetch. Tundra. I play Island, okay. 2 cards in hand, maybe they have nothing. More of that strange oil, it's probably nothing. 3 mana, Tinker. Okay. They get Citadel, like absolute greed lord here. That's my hope. Yes, you do. Source to Ploshes on the oof. Oof. Okay, we got rid of that, but they still have Mentor and many monsters. So my Hexdrinker alone is not gonna be able to block that. Just attack. Well, I mean, why not, right? Guess I'll take it. Go to free life. Upkeep Bazarek. Okay. Creature spell. No, that's not a creature spell. I block 3 guys and I take 3 guys and I die. Okay, you won, opponent. It seems they are a Tinker deck, so we can Boseju versus them. And we want the Chalice too. Can keep the 2 Bloodgust. Support of the Yavimaya if we have 4 Boseju. Probably the Ruby should be boarded if like it's a Collector Oof common matchup. Good matchup for Collector Oof. Oh, it's kind of ironic because we wanted to cast it too, but it's not as reliable at that as Mox Emerald. This I powder. Pow pow. Pow pow. This is a solid hand in some senses, but not really. This wiki we have almost no reason to have two Bazaars because they don't have Wastelander decks. So we're gonna put back a Bazaar. Moves to 5. Happy to see that. Gonna cast once upon for free before activating the first Bazaar. Could take Cradle to play Collector Oof on turn 2. Have you ever powdered 4 times in one game? I think so. I think that happened to me. If we take Root Walla, we can summon the Vengevines. If not this, then the next turn. I think I'll take the Yavimaya. Or the Hardcast. Like, the Vengevines can chill in the graveyard and maybe trigger them someday or not. Mana Vaults. Pithing Needle, yeah. Blotus. 5 mana. Kurwa, no ci z tym Tinkerem pierdolonym. Co tam, Sphinxa ma? Citadel. At least it's Citadel, good. I keep the Oof. They have a counter. I think I keep the Oof. I think I need to keep the Oof, yeah. They have like a counter on top of that and tough luck, and the Oof is gonna make it hard for them to recover. Top, Cage. Okay. So it's Oof versus top too, which is great. And they just lose to the 2-2 right now. They can't use the top. Like, they could draw with it in response to the Oof, but it doesn't make sense because you draw the top then, so it's the same thing. Trip mine the island. Probably don't want to... Did I keep the Bloodghast in my deck or did I board them out? I have 2 Bloodghasts in my deck. But I think I want to use Bazaar once I have a bigger hand. But I also want to play the Strip Mine, but not necessarily use it. Don't want to let them have 3 mana on their turn to not play Mentor off the top. But 2 mana is fine. Well, maybe kill the Tundra if they fetch Tundra. Is that also means that they can't draw swords to plowshares? Okay, let's actually kill the swords to plowshares. Like, I don't care about the basicness of the island enough, but I think that sounds good. What they can do is chaining Urza's Saga, yeah. I think I wait with them, attack them for 2 and rebuild my hand a bit to start using Ebazarek once again. Mox, yeah, that doesn't do much. Probably shouldn't even play it. Collector Oof number 2 is good. Means they can't get out of the squeeze easily. But it seems like they just don't play Sphinx if they go for the Citadel now, or they like fear Boseju really much. Which I have 4 Bosejus for the Sphinx, so easy 1-0. They play to hardcast Citadel. No, but I have the Oofs in my deck, and like they have Mentor in their deck. So there is reasons to keep the Mox in their hand. And also Citadel's in the graveyard, and I have this on the battlefield, so, you know. I don't think you could say that they play it to hardcast Citadel. Also, you have to appreciate the combination of Bolas' Citadel, Gravedigger's Cage, deck building. Because when you're actually comboing through with Citadel, You sometimes just need to cast whatever off the top of your deck to get somewhere. And if that whatever is actually Gravedigger's Cage, then you have put yourself in a somewhat of a precarious situation. Got 30 spells here, so you don't play Yorion. It's not possible. We don't play Knight Errant, we
He's
don't
a
play
phenomenal control
Yura,
player.
we don't play Yorion.
Nice to wake up on a Saturday
We
morning
don't play
and watch my
Bazaar.
favorite streamer play the Modern Challenge. Clueless.
Clueless, yeah. We don't play Modern Challenge over here. Showcase Challenge, nonetheless. We don't play that. So need what? 2 more cards? $17 lands plus Signet, that seems okay because my curve's a bit on the higher end. So Blade Splicer probably gets removed. What, ally of Zendikar? Specular is a little bit not of a combo with Wrath of God. What's the card, bros? Queller, ally of Zendikar, anything else? Loran, main deck, Cathar Commando. Cathar Commando seems better than Loran, actually. Let's put out Spellquiller and play it in the matchups that require it. I'll play Deluge and Bendicate. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 black sources without a swamp. Which seems okay. I don't really want to be playing a swamp with like the heavy costs I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blue. It's a bit low. 12, 12. Let's get 1 plains for an island. Yeah, I don't want to be playing a swamp. I have the Mox Jet and like the Dimmer Signal is the 5th source, which I didn't count. Save. Vintage challenge with Hexdrinker, Bazaar, done. You can also upload the Hexdrinker Bazaar deck to Stream Decker, as no longer we have a use for a modern deck being pinned. We have already went through the league 5-0. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes, broskies. So in the meantime, you can marvel at my cube deck and discuss whether I should play around of it or not. I mean, that's like gonna be a good discussion, right? Is this a balanced deck, you ask? So many dynamos. Think so, because I have so many planeswalkers, and the card type planeswalker doesn't get balanced away. And there's a sweeper effect in my control deck, which granted has a few creatures, so it could backfire. Maybe I will bore it out against some decks, like with much artifact mana. But I think against at least some matchups, balance seems good in this. But a very good question. I should say. So let's join the queue and then we can double queue once our vintage round starts. It's your birthday. Good sportsmanship. We have a bit too little mana in there. This. Keep. Maybe put back Deluge. I think. Because not against everyone, Deluge is gonna be good. Not always gonna be good early in the game. If my opponent plays a mana elf, then I'll cry a bit, but only a bit. Oh, I'll play Signet. Fire out the Gideon on turn 3 if possible, then have counter magic to protect my position while the Gideon dominates. Rohlefos. That's potentially dangerous. Much like time with a planeswalker on the battlefield. But I don't even have a second white. So I'll time walk now. Because the second white might be needed immediately for the mana drain purposes. Balance, okay. Nice hand, bro, thanks. It's gonna be a good balance game. They sacrifice land or fellows and they discard a card. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because he played Signet and Fairy. Very balanced. Dimir Signet. I wouldn't say fully operational. Trusted balance. Damn! I missed it. You're right. -1 cards taken. Could have done that. Would be neat. Ulamog, monk ass. Probably channel deck. Well, maybe a channel deck. Channel deck. Hopefully they won't channel me. Swamp. Celestia Signet. Okay, into Hangerbag Walker. I'm glad that all of those things are played post balance. Jite? I mean, I probably will struggle. If I draw a planes, I can play Elspeth. Probably have to mana drain. At least I want to attack my hangar back because I have the ferry. Well, they want to attack my ferry because of the free counters. Good morning, how are you? I'm pretty well, except for the fact that I failed to join the showcase challenge. So I didn't get to play in it. So I started my stream at 5. And I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna be playing the showcase challenge. Haha, it's gonna be so good. And then just need a better mana base to win this game, bro. We have 11 white. You should have 12 with so many white cards, DBH. Quite possible. But also the mana drain. I wanted to have the mana drain mana available. Well, the mana drain mana is probably more. I don't know. It's more important late in the game than this early. Well, it comes at the cost of white. It clearly would be better to cast other cards and then mana drain. But I added 9th blue instead of 12 white, and then that's how it transpired the first game. I think we draw a planes now, play Elspeth. Create 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens plus the fairy win. It's fine. It's all good. Obviously 4 mana enchantment. Doesn't seem like it though. Could be Escape the Wilds. But who actually knows? Could also be a creature. A weird attack. Because obviously I'll block with my tokens. It's perhaps some kind of an X spell. Walking Ballista if they like untapped because okay, finally of Devastation, X free. What you gonna grab? Greased. Sure. Kill my Elspeth. That seems acceptable to me. So I get to attack the soldier. onto greased. Gideon probably make an ally. Yeah, ally to pressure the greased. Keep up the spell pierce to pierce my opponent really hard. I'm ready to answer any expensive spell they put on the stack, as long as it's not a creature. Insectocle. Are there actually any insects for grease in the cube, or is it insectless entirely? Who knows? Chomp with this. Can exile Bob, bounce the apparition, exile the signet, limit their mana. Vintage challenge starting in a minute. Vintage challenge round, that is. Vraska. We can't pierce that. Which server would you rather have an alt on for Git TCG? I think NA. Well, it's close. Not sure if the tournaments are constant this week. The NA one starts at 11 p.m. our time on Sunday. Which is kind of weird, but doesn't really matter to me. And Asia one was on Friday. It was kind of weird dates, timings in general, I would say, but out of those two, I think I would prefer access to. I guess Friday is fine for me to beach. I think I would prefer an A. Vintage Cube, and Vintage. Oracle of Muliduli resolves. They have a Rofellos. Wait, they have two Rofeloses? It's crazy. Hello, Mr. Canister. I am in quarantine because my coworker tested positive for COVID and I can't infect the baby. As such, I'll be playing Vintage Cube all day and trying to stream snipe you. That is all, thank you. Good luck. Bounce Mooly Dooley, I think. Could kill my opponent's Signet. But could also kill them. Seems close. Let's kill their Signet so they can't play Rofellos. No, I don't know. No, let's kill them, whatever. Who gives a fuck about the Signet? Who gives a proverbial shit about the Signet? Golos on top, wow. Xal Mooly Dooley. Opponent concedes, so seems good enough. So against my opponent's deck, who includes two Planeswalkers and a Signet, do I want balance? It seems like balance was fine. what it did. So I'll just keep the deck the same because I can't be actually bothered to think. It seemed also like they play like green splashing some colors, mid-rangey things. All of Omen seems okay with the Planeswalkers. Lauren seemed to have a few targets. Balance on the draw gonna be bad, but we have decent mana at least. Hexdrinker. Oh, that's a good card if I've seen one. Probably could lead on island because if I draw mana drain, then I guess maybe I want to have blue on turn 2. Any moves opponent? No, nothing. Not moving. Drop island. Do we level? We level, yes. We can play Eastland. We can use Skyclave Apparition on the Hexdrinker next turn if they level. Or you could balance it away on the next turn at the cost of some cards in my hand. Maybe kill their land too. If I, for example, draw a land, I could discard 2 lands easily. I am balance, your Johnstar. Tap Overgrown Tomb, you don't level again. That does not seem right. So you have 5 cards in hand, so... Ooh, well, that doesn't quite help. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this got a card by balance. So I guess we're just gonna play Apparition on the Hexdrinker. Because I don't want to give away all of my life points anyways. Points playing Lurus. Lurus is a bit of a bad matchup for my deck. Spoot Vengevine, back. Powder. Keep. Respond to my opponent with a dry high. Use Bazaar. Discard, and probably discard under Bazaar. They might be playing Wastelander deck, but I am okay with that because we can go Cradle, Oof into Cradle, Hexdrinker. If they spend their first turn doing that. Well played. Polukranos. So I'm going to play Signet, Blinds. Pass. Do you sometimes give dry high IRL too? I think most of my highs are on the drier side. Seems like they're grabbing Lurus. I mean, they have Academy anyways. They can't play Lurus with Academy though. I guess. I think I'll play Oof. Do you ever give dry high fives? Sure. When monstrosities, the Polukranos, which we can retaliate with Wrath of God or Balance. They can play the Emperor. Balance just deals with creatures now. Why they decide not to run Doomsday again? Well, I like this deck a lot, and I play this deck mostly in Vintage, and that's like my deck that I play when I want to enjoy myself, I think. Could say. And Doomsday's fine, but they kill my Wolf, please don't. Oof. Yeah, well put. So they're playing like Sol Ring Lurus deck, which I honestly am not sure what it is. Okay, I think now we can use Bazaar because my hand is a bit useless. Charles, we can Charles on one. We definitely can Wasteland. Let's kill the Lurus mana. Well, it's probably not a combo because they play Lurus. So Lurus is typically grindy decks in Vintage. But also, like, you give up Tinker, which I guess is a combo thing. Seems like we won game one, so we don't really know either. There's a Breach Lurus deck. Yeah, but I don't think the Breach Lurus deck plays Sol Ring. Sol Ring means Urza Saga, most likely. Which then could be like Lurus PO, we can do that. We don't need Boseju because there is no Sphinx, so we don't particularly want Boseju. And I don't know about this member against like Lurus alone. I didn't see other creatures. Justin Gennari was playing one with Sol Ring yesterday. It had intuition, lol. In that case, I just don't know. Yeah, it could be that then. I don't think that warrants endurance. Random surgical. It board surgical to see their deck. I think I'll just keep my deck as is though. Like, don't sideboard when I don't know. Could board out Charles on a draw, but I don't know what for. My opponent bushwhacks, and then my opponent conceded because I guess I took a long time to respond to a bushwhack. But I probably would have won. If I had to take a guess. The Wandering Emperor. How do you beat that card in Vintage Cube? You can Tinker for 2 drops, but they probably just don't have Tinker in their deck. This I will mulligan. This I will powder. Put back Vengevine. I think. I always put like the Fred cards back, but honestly, who knows? It doesn't matter mostly because they're on the bottom of your deck, even after like multi-powdering, right? So bottom. Bloodgust a card to discard, so keep that. Second once upon doesn't do anything. Okay. I have turn to Oof. Oof. How was modern? I failed to join the event, and then I 5-0 the league with the Giant Creativity deck. Unfortunately, I have I was under the impression that I have joined the event, while in actuality I have not joined the event. So the event started, but my round didn't fire, and I was like, huh? Modo bug. Turned out it was not a bug. But there was some trickery with how it was displayed. Like I was on the screen that I shouldn't have seen had I not been in the event, so it's all unclear. Soulgate Lantern, not a big deal, although my blood gas might die. Now kind of a big deal, but it's whatever. Oh no. First time that happened, I think. Oh snap. How many hits we have? How many non-hits we have, rather? 16? It's pretty unlucky. Okay, powdered some cards, I guess, but doesn't really matter. We actually powdered more, you know, free non-hits and free hits. Alright, I guess we're gonna play low resource game now. Maybe just play the wolf with Lotus. Maybe keep Vigor or Saga. Maybe discard Lotus and play Collector of Wound turn 2. Thanks. Need a bit more cards, I think. Should have just kept the once upon two, you know, pitch to Vigor. At this point, had I knew that it's gonna happen. Kokaina, solom, wódka, pali lolo. Hexdrinker, niezły ziomo, na. Tabernacle. Nice land drop. Kokaina z solą. Nie, no chyba coś innego śpiewa, tylko tak przekręcam. Actually, this is a land because of my Maya, so actually a good land drop. I rectify my statement. It was a self-own. Draw. I guess they had a tabernacle. Well, yeah, I guess I played the wolf. But it's kind of interesting that they went with that line. I don't think their deck plays Strip Mine, it just plays Soul Ring. More like Hexdrinker. I think it's pretty good. But let's not gloss over the fact that they have exiled the Fairy's Response. Counter target spell or ability an opponent controls that targets a land you control. If a permanent ability is countered this way, destroy that permanent. Draw 2 cards. So when they wasteland your land, you the Fairy's Response and you draw 2 cards. And they don't wasteland your land. It's kind of a huge blowout, and it pictures the Fairy hiding Zalfir, which is a land, I guess. Phasing Zalfir. Wait, play Probe, don't play Recall? Maybe they have Brain Freeze in hand. Okay, but you need a Lotus and like however many cards you were looking at. Mox Emerald, Surgical, Tranif Magistrate, Tardegas, Chase Friends Prodigy, what the hell is this? So Oof stops the combo for the most part, so you should just probably stick to the main decks. I have Dismembers, but probably not. Looks more like Lutri than a Lurus deck, true. I mean, to continue comboing, they need to flash the Gitaxian Probe a few times. They do have the Intuition, so it is probably the Intuition deck list that Gulduk had mentioned in the chat. So, good call on that. The probe cost them a significant amount of life too, so. Also, like how Gitaxian Probe is look at target player's hand, so you can look at your own hand. Which is a funny privilege to spend a card on gaining access to. How does it combo this? If you have Black Lotus and Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach, or it could be LED instead of Black Lotus, you get to target yourself with Brain Freeze and then replay Lotus, replay Brain Freeze, and then eventually replay Lotus, replay Brain Freeze, target opponent. You can pay for the Blood Gas to deal 2 damage for sure, or we can try to hit a land. We would spend mana on Hexdrinker, which doesn't really not really important. Or on Oof. Should be good. I think we can pay to guarantee the 2 damage. Seems relevant. I'll put them to 1. Can't use Vigor then. It seems still the best. As I imagine my opponent will be able to. Oh, I had second Vengevine. Because they didn't exile my graveyard with that lantern, they just left it. Okay, that makes it a better line because we killed them. So, interesting game. My opponent made some moves and eventually died. Well, I summoned Vengevines, 2 Vengevines, and leave but a shred of roots and it will return, bursting with vigor. Yeah, you can leave even a shred of root. JVP, Tranif Magistrate. Truly a collection of cards. Alright, let's continue our cube adventure. Solid end. Imagine going 33 cards deep into your deck and losing to Root Wallace. It's very funny when they do that, yeah. Those gamers, right? They just think they're the top of the world, but in practice, they cannot beat a Vengevine. Those blue vintage gamers. It's very enjoyable. Oh shit. Do you have Italia? Maybe. Deluge can answer that at least, and so can Wrath of God, but... Okay, they're not equipping. No! Kurde, no, bro. I brought this upon myself, but... There were downsides to that play. But now we're gonna have to pay so much life to kill the GT monster. We have to pay 8 more life than we would have otherwise. Just for them not to use it. Punish for a misplay. It's probably more cards that punish you for playing the Mox rather than rewarding you, so probably. Oh yeah, that Mox stealing. Yeah, it's mostly Thalia, which I shouldn't have. If I should click a card they can't even play. Okay, so you have to play Toxic Deluge. And this is a 9 toughness creature, so you have to pay 9. Sure. We have to pay 9 life to kill 3 1/1s. 1 toughness, guys. Cool. Yeah, and they get to not remove the counters. They also can't play their click, so that's pretty funny. Could kill Jita, could kill Island. Could keep Venser. Could play Jace. Could play Emperor. Playing Emperor seems wasteful. I think we can ignore Jita. We can like... that seems kinda... I don't know, but they got their click too. I think if they get an island, it's kinda awkward for me. It seems... Seems good. TBH should do that. Why not just cast Wrath of God? Good question. Okay, so now click shouldn't be a problem for a moment. Let's get Halot Fountain. Now we have the second blue. White, Skyclave Apparition. That's a bit sad, but also fine. Gonna Teferi and minus on the... Damn, it daze me. I'll cry. End of turn, kill the illusion. Yeah, perfect timing. Have to do it end of turn. Can't wait to untap. Because the GT counters will go bad. Like your hair today, thanks. It's because I didn't wash them today. It's like, so it's the most common, like I always get a hair compliment when I don't wash my hair, which makes me think that the entire washing hair industry is maybe a big scam. Just to sell you shampoo. Because at 8 life too, so they're soon gonna die to Mana Crypt. Because they use GT, I guess. Not using the Gideon. Votes for the ferry. Well, I vote for the ferry too. Vote for the ferry now. Peror can actually exile Gideon. They redraw the apparition now, yeah. Which is acceptable. I think a 2-2 is better than a Dimir Signet. Whenever someone casts Conceal Judgment, I make sure to yell stop the count as loud as I can so that everyone knows how political and funny I am. Understandable. It's gonna be Flying Gideon. Fly Gideon. For lethal. That's the, like, slash of Emperor's sword. Slicing Gideon in half. And gaining me 2 life. That's not lore compliance, since Emperor and Gideons are friends, I think. The only interaction between Emperor and Gideon was in the War of the Spark book, where the Wandering Emperor has her indeed identity still not revealed. And she asked Gideon to hit her in the face. Gideon's like, what? I don't know you. And she's like, hit me now. And then he hits her. And then she uses her magic powers to convert the kinetic energy from the hits into a super slash. And then she slashes a lot of Nicol Bolas's zombies. That's the only thing she says in that book, bros. Back when she was only like in the War of the Spark. The card The Wanderer, which was mysterious and you didn't quite know who that was. So I mean, you could say that that constitutes friendship between those two characters, but I think it's a bit unclear, personally. I'll just resubmit because my deck seems good, so I'm not gonna be thinking about how to like make it worse. I'll just keep it as bad as
He's
it
a
is.
phenomenal control player.
Why do you think there is a ship in a word friendship?
Well, maybe there actually is a good answer to that. I actually don't know. Let's Google friendship etymology. Old English friendship. English friendship. Not very helpful. Old English frond. One attached to another by feelings or personal regard and preference. From Potato Germanic frioyans. A very inconvenient word to say, sounds like. Meaning a Quaker. Quaker? Word forming element meaning quality, condition, act, power, skill, office, position, relation between. Right, that sounds. Yeah, that sounds like it. They played out the mana creep, let's exile it. Then you can even bounce the apparition for Value with the ferry. As the token they will get to create is a 0/0. Or there's gonna be no Teferi. Should people who are slow drafters be punishable by law? Yes. Not for being slow drafters. That seems like a bit of an extreme punishment for a small and unimportant offense, but for other reasons, why not? For example, if someone is a slow drafter but also a criminal, then I think the law should punish them.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Happy New Year's, Kenny. Hopefully it's not too cold in the pole.
It's not too cold. It's actually pretty warm in Poland. Well, I wouldn't say warm, I guess. It's not too cold though. Recruiter bash mono white card. I mean, you pay 3 mana and you get a 1/1. Might as well just play the card you just tutored. Seems like less effort. But what do I know? I want to make both players draw. I do actually. Also, thank you very much for the sub, Tika Tika. It is very based that you are supporting my channel. Balance. Well. I guess I'll cast it. Maybe even play island cast it. So they go to one card. I pitch an island. Ditch an island. Pow. What if Loran made each player draw 100 cards? Instead of making each player draw a card. They discarded Adeline, Fractured Identity, and Plains. They kept Stoneforge Mystic for GTA. Should have attacked with Apparition, maybe. 3 combat. 3 Sword of Fire and Ice? That seems odd. Over GTA. An interesting thought. Who loses if you have it worded like this? Is it a draw? Not sure. Well, I guess bouncing Loran is just better because they don't get a... Whoops, that was bad. Active player loses first. Did you know the original rules weren't sure if protection from white also meant protection from balance? The official ruling flip-flopped because the head rules person changed their mind. From Alpha. I did not know that piece of trivia. I will make sure to let all my friends know the next time that comes up during a conversation. Does it happen often? No. Loran has vigilance, I guess. It might be hard to win against an active Jace. Brainstorming. Do I have Caracas? I do not have Caracas. I have picked Mana Drain, pack 1, pick 1, with a pack with Caracas, and it did not wheel. Main Curian seems okay. I do have some cards with ETBs, that's true. Maybe I should board it in for the matchup. The flyer also seems kinda relevant in the matchup. I think I'll do that. Maybe overbalance. So that balance was bad this game, but they also have planeswalkers, so it seems unreliable. Seems like I'm a landlord. A weź się kurwa z tym awacynem. Alright, balance out. You're in. Specular in. Wrath of Gods. I don't know, it seems like we both won a board in this battle. Maybe I'll board up Delusion. I keep Wrath of God for just in case reasons. Keep. I think deploying the fairy before my opponent does anything should improve my chances of winning the game. Maybe a turn to Jace. Can bounce the Mox, replay it, play the Jace. Then we keep up counter magic. Probably gonna be fine. Meanwhile, my opponent preorders. Yes. Sure. Preorder away. I could have done it better, probably. I could have kept up the Pierce now, but I did ended up not. Caster wins the match. Yeah, I was about to vindicate the island. I think we won, yeah. I think we got there. I don't think many decks beat this opening. Those first 2 turns. One more match in the Vintage Challenge, so let's not start the cube game for the trophy. Instead, we can do Enchant Wordle. The Wanderer. It is an uncommon with no subtype. Interesting. So let's say 1 mana uncommon, non-white with no subtype. Fatal Push. It's not an instant. Can it be a land? I think so, yeah. But it's not an instant, so the artifact, sorcery, chromatic sphere. It's newer than 0/0. Monastery Swiss Spear has a subtype. Human monk, so Firebolt, the common, bro. 10-minute timeout for wrongful suggestion. I trusted you. But it is red, so at least we got somewhere out of it, so not everything was gone to waste. Red, uncommon, 1-drop. Enchantment. Seal of Fire and uncommon? No. It's Also from Nemesis. Alright, 1 mana red enchantments without a subtype. Cavalcade of Calamity is 2 new and it's 2 mana. What about Mass Hysteria? Dragon Mantle is an aura, so it does not fit. This is a rare. Quest for the Goblin Lord. I think that should fit. Or Pure Flame. It cannot be an aura because we know that subtype is empty. That's why it's green here. So we know it has no subtype, and that is correct about the card. Damn, it was Quest for the Goblin Lord, not King. Lord. A Shrine to Unchecked Desire. Whenever a goblin enters the battlefield under your control, you may put a quest counter on quests for the Goblin Lord. It has 5 or more quests counters on it. Creatures you control get +2/+0. So, what is the quest? I guess just play 5 creatures, and so the Goblin Lord says, "Hey, traveler, you will play 5 creatures for me. Deal?" And the reward is +2/+0 for creatures you control. That's a good reward. Quest for the Mind Goblin. Very funny. Literally very funny. I thought the same though. Mind Goblin, what is that? It's a Magic the Gathering card. Wait, what? Why doesn't it find it? Goblin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't find it. Goblin Guest. The Astrotorium. Astrotorium has never been a place for self-restraint. True. New round. 50 seconds. I wonder how are people doing in the Vintage Showcase Challenge, huh? Right, I open Twitch and I see Vintage Cube O2 drop modern. At least I can like take solace in other people not succeeding. What is the best name that you can pick for this? I remember we checked. I don't remember how many vowels you can make, but you can make it better than Sitting Song, I think. Make 6 mana. But I don't remember the word. I'm not sure if that's true though. Ah, small. No Bazaar. Mulligan. Bazaar. I put back Vigor on 5. Wasteland. Don't know what you're playing against. I'll plan to Hexdrinker my opponent. Not that my opponent means anything, but that hand was pretty close. The first one, it was not the most utterly unplayable hand I've ever seen, but it was not very good. The one with Lotus. Yeah, you can keep that sometimes, but if I don't know what my opponent's playing, then I think I would prefer to mulligan to Bazaar, because that hand is... Oof is only... Oof has a very varying degree of impactfulness. And if it happens not to be good against my opponent, then I just kept a hand that doesn't do anything. Chrome Mox, Ancient Tomb. Some kind of a combo deck. Ah, it's Initiative probably. Alright. Can take the initiative from them. Sometimes. We don't have a basic though, so the first step doesn't do anything. Dungeon Master. Would be good to have a basic now, but well, we don't. Keep the Maya next turn, can level Hexdrinker to being indestructible. You're into the dungeon now, taking the secret entrance. Good one. Co jest bułeczka? Miał. They have mana for, you know, Solitude, so I guess I'll lose to Solitude, it's fine. Oh, they had it. Why wizards enter the dungeon during magic battles? Every dungeon. Very well put. I don't know why they do. Dungeon Master. 8 life, but I guess they have Solitude too. Already used Trap. Charles seems good on the play. I think Boseju almost doesn't matter on the play. I'll never want to use it. On the draw, maybe I want to have it for mana, cut the Chalice. Would you like to play first? Yes. Would I like to keep this? No. Would I like to keep this? Yes. No need for 2 oofs. Follow on. Hmm. I'll die to Tabernacle if I play oof. Could play hollow. Could discard vigor, force of vigor, blazing root walla, dismember. Play hollow one of Black Lotus. Pay for Tabernacle if it happens. The next one play Oof. And I discard dismember, which is kinda rough. Well, it seems like tempo is very strong. So I'll just die to Tabernacle. Bo się chichra z Tabernaklem na łapie się nie może normalnie wytrzymać, aż mi go nie zagra. Hopefully not, though. Can't cycle the hollow one on the board anymore, true. Ay. Stone Forgerino for the Caldra. Might kill my Bazaar, so I guess I'll play the hollow one too. Or I'll kill their wastelands. They need an extra mana to even play the Caldra. Might not have it, like this is a high upside and I don't beat the Caldra with two hollow ones because they just don't attack and like their draw steps are better than mine. Without the Bazaar in play. And now they have to defend with Caldra anyways because they spend life on this. Good. Whoops, missed an upkeep activation. Now we're gonna stall a little bit. Can't quite attack. Unless they draw a White Plume Adventurer number again, then they can attack and they just can have initiative, and I guess I'm screwed. Anyway, I'm looking towards assembling Hexdrinker. Okay, just snap attack. And then they're like, maybe not attack. Maybe attack. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Attack or not? Just attacked. Okay, I'll attack you back. Let's engage in some life point trading. Chromox. Solitude. Season Dungeoneer. And I guess that's it. Because I don't think we beat that anymore. Now they have drawn a planes. It's just too much. Big Cauldron now. Can get a Vengevine attacking maybe. We high roll. We did not high roll. Mm. Not sure his matchup is good because it's kind of spooky what is transpiring over here with what my opponent is doing. Umezawa's GT, okay. So the out would be to draw 2 cards, discard Vengevine, Rituala. It's not an out still. It's probably better to use it in the upkeep. Vengevine. Yeah, Serum Powder, that's solid. Cross Initiative. What are you sending to me? Tameshi Bloom deck. So the Yorion deck? No. Cool. Renegade Rallier, Bitter Union combo. I guess you're using Bitter Union as a win con with Cultivator Colossus. Ephemerate on Colossus, mid combo. That's actually okay, I haven't seen that done before. Put Lotus in the bin. Yeah, true. Why are you playing Abandoned Grove? I guess you play Renegade Rallier if you have Lotus in your graveyard to crack fetch, return the Lotus, and you have a Lotus in play. Lots of mana. Would Once Upon a Time be still broken modern now? It would probably be very, very good still. Yes, would be my guess. GG's, I think you had a lot of tough choices and I had very few decisions. Yes. I did end up discarding my Dismember against what ended up being a Stone for Chant. And that ended up pretty badly for me, I guess, with the Caldra. Thank you for the game though. Let's finish our Vintage Cube draft. It could be interesting to see Once Upon a Time decks now. But they probably the card is too strong still. Although probably less strong than it used to be. Because there's Ragavans, right? And you didn't have to face Ragavan earlier. Yawgmoth would love Once Upon, surely. I agree. And suspends Ancestral Vision. Very interesting. I think your list is indeed that interesting. Is sneakers a euphemism or a metaphor, or does she just like wearing sneakers? I don't actually know. It's a question that I wondered about myself. So next time the ancestral vision. We can Venser. And Loison's hair is solid. Damn bros, old Venser. Remember Venser, this is him now. Let me find it. Can't actually see much on this picture, but will I play Big Paprika in February? At first I thought I will not, because I booked my flight on that Sunday, and the tournament is on Sunday. I booked my flight to Philadelphia on that Sunday, but 2 days ago I got an email from United Airlines telling me that I actually got my flight moved to Monday for some reason. So I was like, well, I guess I can play now. So I will. Balana, that sounds convincing. We could actually Sherlock Isle now, which is scary. But yeah, that sounds extremely convincing. Could he tinker and then cast it? Nice tinker deck. When you just don't cast your tinker. Seems like. Spider-Man meme. Maybe I should salt with it. But they can crew the vehicle then. Salt with the vehicle actually. So that Narsa takes damage. Will a 2 mana factor fiction that require a split into 3 piles and choose one be too good? Probably. Cool opponent. Nice moves. What if it was a 1 mana factor fiction that only reveals 4 cards and requires your opponent to split the cards into 4 piles and you choose one of the piles that they have created? Two mana, look out top 5, pick one, rest the graveyard seems very good and sometimes better than that. Well, it's always better than that, you just draw 2 cards. It's really good, 2 mana and draw 2 cards. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They could actually use the Citadel. Hogak not in quotation marks. True, I don't play Hogak in my Hogak deck. Kinda ironic. What about Factor Fiction, but you make the piles and choose the pile? I think it's pretty strong. If it resolves, you probably just draw 5. For 4 mana. I would play that in Modern. Right, seems like I don't want Wrath of God, Balance, Toxic Deluge, I want Spell Queller, Knight Errant, and maybe Blade Splicer. Or Gideon Jura, but Blade Splicer seems better. But Spell Pierce on Elspeth was fairly painful. Extremely painful. It would be extremely painful. For you, exactly. Oh, I can't Spell Pierce that. For you. Okay, I think we played at a fair play. Fairy seems pretty good to have in play versus a blue opponent who also has a suspended Ancestral Vision. And then you have Spellcaller, which you can then bounce to counter another thing. Alright, I'll just bounce the Shredder. Not playing mocks to play around days. True. Almost killed myself. Damn, bro, I'm so happy you did not waste my white mana because I would cry. As to preorder and to connive. Conniving is of the utmost importance. I spell pierce opponents. Well, I have Data Fairy in place. They don't have spell pierce. They do have strip mine. They could strip my mine. It does feel like Mox Jet fuels my deck pretty well and makes it victorious in matches, in games rather. Also, this is definitely not a Phyrexian token, but Golem, but yet it says Phyrexian Golem. Kinda cringe. Aye, not blinds. The Harris is kinda medium when it's not stopping graveyards. But yeah, we stopped Ancestral Vision for good, very nice. Babiola. They could perform the Unlicensed Hairs combo. Oh wow, strip mine with this. Bro, stop it. Mystical Tutor. Will we see Tinker? Probably. Repeal. Which they draw immediately. Combo. I think I'll do this. Could bounce their hairs too. Second best target after Tinker, yeah. Probably should have one more planes in my deck. Especially against Strip Mine. They only have mana drain, and like because of this mana drain I have mana screwed myself two games. Still probably winning this, but maybe actually not. Oh yeah, Muldrifter Unlicensed Hairs activation. Are you going to see that? Let's go. Planes. Huh. 4 mana source. White, black, and also still untapped. Amazonian, thank you very much for the humongous raid. I welcome everybody to my vintage challenge with Hexdrinker Bazaar stream, which is false advertising for playing Vintage Cube between rounds of the vintage challenge, actually. More often than I play what is described in the title. So I guess tough luck, but that's how it is. Welcome. What now? Emperor. If we jailer, I guess they will never seal my monarch if I jailer. How do they exactly plan on doing so? I was thinking that if I monarch, then it's a bit rough if they steal my monarch because it's a huge blowout with Venser bouncing stuff. But we'll just never do that. I'm the monarch forever in this game. Monarch is a fun cube mechanic, smiley face. I agree. They have 7 life. Last game they have tinkered for a Bolas's Citadel, which I think is of limited use value this game. So you can just attack them, make their life points low, and be okay. Probably gonna exile it for... I should Lauren. Whatever. I wish I put the initiative cards in a cube soon. We're gonna cut an island for a planes because we clearly need more planes. Do we want anything in the sideboard for my opponent? Ravages of War? No. Sweepers? No. Gideon Jura? No. Okay, submit. Only splash for Vindicate now. The splash is relatively free. You put Displacer Kit in your cube yesterday. You're scared it's too good, sad face. I mean, it sounds pretty low risk to put it in the cube because worst case, what you're gonna do, you're gonna remove it from there. Sounds fine. And maybe it's not gonna be too good. Maybe it's gonna be actually appropriate power level and fun. Ancestral Vision suspended turn 1 every game for my opponent. I just think Initiative is a really fun and flavorful mechanic that truly showcases the best of what is emerging game design and IP, but just that, but unironically. Have Tinker. Out. Okay, if they whiff on Citadel, they have land on top, then we can time walk into one of... I think I have 3 ways to kill the Citadel and 2 draws to find them. 5 ways to kill Citadel. We have Vindicate, Venser even, The Fairy, wow. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 ways to kill if we count the Fairy, the hero of the Minaria. They have mana drain on top actually. If they do, then they wanted it more. Stuff luck, and I will be satisfied with my 2 losses result. This answers Citadel, that gives them an extra turn. They had red elemental blast on top. Well, shouldn't have cast that. Then they wouldn't be able to cast it and they draw it with no red mana. Ouch. Just, I need to check what happened, bros. Seems like nothing actually happened. Tofu just made a weird sound. Seems tough. I think my opponent Citadel is going to take over this game. Unfortunately, my opponent was the one who got a broken start this game, not me. We got there in game 2 with the mocks. Even though we kinda struggled with without the white mana later on. No Bazaar, Powder. Bazaar, keep. Play Bazaar, tap Bazaar. Draw Hollow 1, fail. Fine regardless though. You have a 6 power opening on the play with Bloodgast, Mental Misstep, and Force of Vigor. My point is underscore top underscore G. Flooded Strand. Why Hexdrinker? It's good for the late game, for the grindy matchups. Misstep target, I think we fire off. The Force of Will, sure. Makes their brainstorm much worse if they don't have mana. Don't have as many cards that they don't want. So we have achieved our goal. And a Hexdrinker is actually good, bros. You have Gaea's Cradle to generate lots of mana, and I don't know, Bloodgast looks good here. Like, I think Bloodgast is really good if you mulligan with this deck. I only have 2 of it, the both Bloodgast. So I played Tropical Island, which might be off, might be some kind of a grindy deck. Since I don't really know, I think we'll resubmit. Maybe could board out Chalice on the draw for Boseju. Or a pitch from Fall, Flusterstorm, so it does not reveal much information. Where do I keep this? Opponent goes turn 1 Needle on Bazaar and like, good, you didn't name Hexdrinker, bro. I think Bug is not commonly played nowadays, but who knows. Sylvan Library, or whatever. I think many vintage decks can beat 3/7 Alliance on the first 2 turns, which is like mono white from Pioneer opening. Don't think off would have library. I think I played off with library before. ×1. This is GG. Well, we'll see what my opponent does. It is off of Druids, it seems. Okay. Can use both Force of Vigors. Can play around Fluster Storm. Oh, okay. Okay. We did play around Fluster Storm really effectively. Top G. No upkeep triggers opponent. Next turn you can level Hexdrinker by a lot. 3, 4, 5 if you want to Lotus Petal out the Yavimaya. So then we could level 2 to 4 force and attack for 10, putting them to 1. Canister wins the match, so no Bazaar needed game 2. Just played Hexdrinker, Hexdrinker, and Hexdrinker. Yeah, I originally started playing Hexdrinker because first I was disappointed with Deathrite Shaman, which was a stock creature in those decks. Second, I was disappointed with the stock builds of this deck, which were playing like 3 fetch lands and 2 bayous to play Deathrite Shaman and Stitcher Supplier, and they claimed to be able to cast Collector Oof, but they never did. But you can actually cast Collector Oof on turn 2 after Bazaring on turn 1 if you use Gaze Cradle or Yavimaya. Because those work like 2-color green lands, both of them. This turns your Bazaar into forest, so you tap your Bazaar, or this just you have 2 creatures, two lizards or more. I think the original version of this deck was like 10 fetchlands duels, was not good. Yeah, I think it was a badly built deck. Can you fix decks in Modern too? I think that happens, it doesn't happen commonly that there is decks that need fixing in Modern, or that I can fix, but sometimes I feel like I do, like I feel like I fixed Breach, at least for myself. If I 5-0 the next league that I play with the Creativity Jund deck, I can also claim to have fixed that, although it's mostly an amalgamation of ideas that I had from my opponents playing the exact cards against me and thinking about how that matches up. So I originally put Hexdrinker in the deck because I wanted a creature that convokes Hogak that also does something. But now we got Hogak. Because Hogak is powerful, but it's a graveyard head, the graveyard threat reliable on your other graveyard threats, which is always kind of win more in a way. often. Fajna ta Junt wersja? No, giga fajna, myślę. I think it just makes lots of sense, the Junt version. Let me find it. Junt creativity. Because you have 8 ways to put Archon into play. You have good amount of card filtration. You have Thoughtseize as your spell interaction, which is not super, but it's like manageable. I think it's like overall worse than Spell Pierce, but not by much, and has upsides. The biggest thing about Thoughtseize is that it loses your life, and your main mana base that is already painful. But if you only play 3 colors, you can also make the mana base less painful. Some games you fetch Jatora, and then you like Mountain, Tap Plant, and you lost just a few life points. And then you can have Swamp in your deck, and then you can function of the Swamp and be fine. And also, in some ways, Thoughtseize works kind of well with creativity, more so than Spell Pierce, and that it's easier to, Thoughtseize on your turn 3 and then creativity on turn 4 if you're gonna tap out for that, right? Than to play creativity with Spell Pierce up, and you have to like wait forever for that. But what is also good is the fact that Thoughtseize is much better versus Orvar, because you see if it's coming and you can discard Orvar without Arc on the battlefield. And I'm not sure about these emissaries yet, but against the Hammer gamers you can have them, and against people who exile your Archons you can also have them. Like against Hammer they are the best for sure. Because against Hammer you name creature and they barely have removal for it. And then the second one can name instant if they happen to board in Path or March of Otherworldly Light, which struggles to exile a 7-cost card anyways. But this is kind of, tricky. Why no Grizzle Friend? In creativity, Archon of Cruelty is frankly a better card than Grizzlebrand, as far as like cheating it into play does. It does stabilize. And also you want it to not be legendary because of Persist. So like I think Emrakul also gets better with Bitter Union now, but you still can't persist Emrakul. But I think it's better to run Emrakul nowadays when you can haste Emrakul, which makes Emrakul so much stronger. Although hasting after creativity is a bit sketch. So I think it makes some sense to play Emrakul now versus exiling everything. Grizzlebrand only seems better when you have free spells and rituals anyways. Yeah, this deck doesn't really have that. Is the Brothers War Might a possibility now that you don't need a Convoke color? Well, it's just very weak, right? You want some power in the Bazaar deck. If the initial attack doesn't kill your opponent, then I think it's good to have a way to win if your opponent has literally like a blocker, right? And the Might is just a 1/1, so it reanimates Vengevine and it kills Sagas, but it doesn't do anything besides that. Doesn't work with Collector Roof, etc. While Hexdrinker actually kills players in situations, like offers you an angle that your other cards don't offer, right? So you have creatures that are free, you have creatures that are disruption. Creatures that are free, creatures that are disruption. Like some more disruption, some disruption. disruption, disruption. But then Hexdrinker is the grindy element, like powerful card that actually gets the job done. Or 3-1 because we beat top G a minute ago, yeah. And it just protection from everything, 6/6. That means that if you level on a Borstal, you can just attack with it and nothing else can attack. The Borstal can happen against shops with Wurmcoil, against decks with Tarmogoyf, which are not super common but happen, against Planeswalkers, like Oko. Oko can target this often, but it's like, you know, sometimes not really a viable line, and you can threaten to level. Caracas can answer Hogak, most importantly. Endurance for the graveyard matchups, and Doomsday, Surgical for the Doomsday matchup. It's not super great, but against Doomsday you can actually Wasteland their Underground Sea and try to excel them, and it's actually a pretty strong move. Is Oko restricted? Oko is not restricted. It's not a great card in Vintage, although it's still pretty strong and it's played in the fair blue decks sometimes. But there are also Lurus blue decks, there are more combo-ish blue decks which don't play Oko, you know. But the ones that are looking for a threat frequently play Oko, as it is a blue grindy card, so you can pitch it to Force of Will. Pretty funny thing with Oko, or rather, it's more so about Tabernacle at Pendrell Valley, but a weird interaction that I have been surprised by a few times. At least once, probably multiple times. Is that Tabernacle at Pendrell Valley grants all creatures the ability at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy this creature unless you pay 1. And if you play an Oko afterwards and you plus an Oko, turn something into an Elk after Tabernacle has already been in play, that creature actually loses the ability and no longer requires mana to be paid. Because it's timestamps for... because it actually gives the ability to a creature and not like a global effect. Which is pretty funny, and the first time that happened to me I was scratching my head and looking for a reason, but then I actually read the card and asked my opponent. Like Dress Down? Yeah, Dress Down does the same thing because Tabernacle is adding an ability to creatures, weirdly. How is Amulet positioned in Modern right now? It's probably not excellent, but if you want to play it, you can play it. I hope that helps. I think it's an acceptable deck to play. Not an exquisite one, but I'm not sure if it will be. How has 2 Yavimaya been? Would you add any more or less? 2 Yavimaya feels like an okay spot. Lands have diminishing returns, because even if you don't treat your wastelands and strip points as mana sources, they all take a land drop, so just throwing 4 lands is not often useful. The upside of Yavimaya is that you can keep a hand with Yavimaya and play turn 1 Hexdrinker or Rootwalla sometimes, and then Oof on turn 2, and that sometimes is a good hand. Can't do that with Cradle. I'm considering picking up a new modern deck considering longevity and competitiveness. Which should I play, Yogg or Amulet? And if those are the only 2 options, I think I would choose Yawgmoth. Out of those 2. I'm not sure if Yawgmoth is gonna have like super long longevity. But it is relatively competitive. I think it's a better deck than Titan, matchups wise. What is my opinion on the new copy Artifact Land and Amulet? I think it might be worth trying, but I don't know if it's gonna be good or not from the look of it. It's certainly a little bit weird. I would say there is a higher chance Titan gets PTF out by ban than just being power crept. Be careful. Pantog is not welcome in this channel, and also it's probably not true. Let's join another vintage cube draft, but I think like the odds of Titan getting banned right now is 0. Bros, and saying it's like getting banned, it's like I understand that is a hypothetical, but still weird. What do we see? Hallowed Fountain, Ponder, Best Lightning, Solitude. I don't think Solitude is it's that high tier of a card. Doesn't strike me as such. Certainly didn't strike me in the previous deck. Hallowed Fountain is okay. Ponder is okay. Take Blyseal and get Tinker. I think Blyseal is not even a good Tinker. Target. I'll take the Hallowed Fountain. Fuck, there's Tinker. I mean, it's gonna wheel, it's fine. Let's take Tinker. Tinker high floor and like getting it early with a blue land. Other picks, what, Dragavan, King Uro, Treachery. I think King Uro is not even that good in cube. It's Monkey for you after Hallowed Fountain. I think adjusting for Hallowed Fountain, I think it's Tinker. Can take Inkwell Leviathan as a Tinker target, but that card never wins anything. You take Metamorph as a Tinker enabler or target and a fine card. Not super exciting things in the pack, and that cuts blue too. Kinda, it's colorless. Emery kinda works with Tinker decks somewhat, sort of. Cuts blue. It's a little bit of a low value card, although there is Mishra's Bubble now in the cube. What else is there? Not much. Restoration Angel is powerful and will let me abandon Tinker and play white monsters with some blue splash. Kratos, you get the brown mana. Restoration is kinda weird. I'm not sure about it. Seems like there's plenty of white cards. What if I just abandon the Tinker and pick Adeline and keep the white cards? Or I could grab Wall of Omens for its synergy with Restoration Angel. Which is also like a white card. Chalice for Tinker. Well, we have to choose a lane. Is it Aldelin or is it Chalice? Everflowing Chalice. Blue pill or red pill? I'm red pilled. Fuck. The red pill was a lie. No, this pack sucks for everyone. We could. Its possession is not so good. So probably would rather take Shadow Guile and ignore that pick. Or continue mono white if there's like something next and then wheel this anyways. Underground Z or Flicker Wisp. I think we're gonna Flicker Wisp to pursue the white dream. Sword of Fire and Ice or Vateri Grave? Can Tinker Sword of Fire and Ice. Out. The Paladin is a bit... doesn't really... Like the black dual lane is kind of fine, but it's not super. Blade Splicer wheeling. Somebody said that Pyro is a pick one, pack one, but then nobody took it. Let's take Blade Splicer. For the synergies. History of Benalia, does it work with Flicker Wisp? Yes. I think History of Benalia seems better than Rin Wingmare because Wingmare never works for me. Always taxes you like more than your opponent. You're gonna need to pick the lower part of the curve a little bit later. Does Carmine Guide do anything? Mono white? No. Skyclay Shade is in aggro card. Take the red aggro card. Hate pick conscripts. I guess if I take conscripts, I have Restoration Angel and I can combo with Splendor Twin. Rather with Kiki. I should take conscripts over this, yeah. Like Wingman as a sideboard option. Yes, but I like History of Benalia as a main deck option, so it cancels out. Mana Thief, perfect for my mono white deck. Wall of Omens, I guess. Spirits, Possession, they take comeback, yeah. Not sure they're even any good. And you certainly need to pick, 1 and 2 mana cards, but... Or Mox Peril. Oh, Sol Ring, I guess. Not even, I guess... Sol Ring doesn't even help with my curve too much. Land tax. Okay, I guess that gives me the lands that I need to summon my free drops.
Fisting is
We have a Sword of
300
Fire and
bucks.
Ice, so we could actually use it. Thank you very much, Ill-Fated, for that donation. Fisting is 300 bucks, but a donation to Cancer MTG is whatever amount you will make it, I guess. So I appreciate your support, and it is very nice to see you in the chat frequently. Who will you fist if someone donates 300? You. You can take Seacrom Coast and then you can splash wide. It's not literally not much good. If you take Seacrom Coast, we can like have a reasonable splash of blue. We don't have anything to splash for, I guess, it's Tinker. But probably not Tinkering. Scrabland is also an option. Throbbing Spectre for 1 dropping. Yeah, but it's gonna wheel. Nobody's gonna take the Spectre. Who wants that card? And Seacrom Coast, I can imagine some people who are up for a juicy Seacrom Coast pickup for their decks. Giton. Let's take Giton. Mother will wheel. Thraben is quite good in this deck with double flicker. Yeah, I think so too, but I just assume it's gonna come back to me. Elspeth Resplendent. We have so many free drops and Elspeth summons free drops. Tundra. Let's take Tundra. With Tundra, then opposition comes back, we can play it, maybe? What's your... Parallax Wave will come back too, so we can choose it later. And it's not a card I end up playing anyways, and never, so... I mean, I literally never had Wave be good. For or against me, I think. Recruiter of the Guard with Flicker with Presto. What can it fetch? Nothing. Yep. Well, Blade Splicer and Flicker Wisp. It's not particularly. It might be better to take Relic and wheel this. I don't know if this wheels, but I guess with Resto it has enough synergy to take it to make sure that we have it. Although more free drops is not necessarily what I'm excited about, but it is a body to put equipments on, and Relic wheels often, yeah. Wandering Emperor or Archangel Avacyn or a fetch land. We still don't have a card that we would like to splash. So I would probably prefer one of the white cards, but they're both expensive. Probably one of them is gonna wheel if I take the Strand. I don't know if I care about whichever one more so than the other. Palace Jailer is good, although again expensive. I would kind of like Remand, but stake. But I would also like this, maybe if this wheels. Right, let's take the Jailer now. Stoneforge Mystic is a 2-mana card. I have 2 equipment. Seems great. I don't know why they put old bordered versions of some cards that are not old bordered, because it takes me a while to notice the Stoneforge Mystic in the pack, because it's not how I'm used to looking at. Whoops. It's not how I'm used to Stoneforge Mystic looking. It messed up everything. So we're gonna go Student of Warfare One drop card to hold my equipment. It's good. Throbbing Inspector returning. I guess I wish I had Solitude over the Health Fountain. Am I playing the Pioneer Challenge? I think I will skip it because it starts at 11 p.m. for me, so I will instead do different stuff. Mother returns, awesome. Okay, the curve is rounding up. Elspeth was playing that wheel, so there was a position and parallax wave, and they were taken, which is fine. Mageddon. Am I playing the wall? Probably with Isolation Engine Flicker Wisp, but we'll see. A Vassen. Take a Vassen. We'll see. If we can cut the wall, you can cut it and not play it, because it's a bit weird to curve wall into Adeline. Not gonna lie. It is a little bit funny. I was a white 2-drop too, but I guess we don't have black mana. So we have the useless blue mana for the splash. But if we open Time Walk or Ancestral, you know, it's gonna be good. Wow, no respect to the Tyrant of Standard Blood Type Harvester. Last pick. And we see Splinter Twin, White Fetchland, Cathar Commando, Urza Saga, Mentor, that's useless for me. Fractured Ego would be great, yes. So we could take Marsh Flats and wheel Cathar Commando. Most likely. Still hoping that a blue card will come. Because that's the only card I want from there. But I kinda really want it because it fixed my curve good well. Saga could be good if you get Clamp or Mox. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's true. But like, it would make very small constructs anyways, so. Maybe it's good anyways. Whoa, Force of Will, perfect splash card. Meow, meow. Guess we're gonna take a down to Vanguard. And get nothing on the wheel. There's probably wheels, so I could have taken a different card, but what if it doesn't for some reason? Somebody hate picks decides, yeah, I guess I'll screw canisters there. And we need to curve. You know, next pack we'll have Time Walk. I can feel it in my bones. Surprised the new Adanto isn't in cube. It does not seem particularly great, so. Can take Caracas. I have Avas in Caracas. Anything else? No, but Avas in Caracas is fine. Besides that, there is no cars for me. Living Skydiver as a car could be my splash payoff, but let's take Caracas. White 1-drop. Is figure good. Winds of Abaddon. Clearing. 1 mana guy. Wins. I don't have removal, right? At all. I have Palace Jailer. Let's take the removal. Because I don't have any. Relic Warder, 2 mana, Loran, another 3 mana card. Let's take the... Better with Flickering and get rid of Caracas. Let's take Loran. Usher of the Fallen. Destroy Evil. Let's take Usher. For Kerf. Elesh Norn, Grand Cenobite. It's pretty good. Lurus. Yep, anything that's like worth replaying. Could just play Lurus for value. Maybe for the Cyborg for the grindy matchups. Containment Priest. That does work against some people. Sandbake Canyon is okay. But Containment Priest, does it... Well, I guess we have Flicker Wisp. Will not wheel Cathar Commando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next pick. I guess it's a combo with Flicker Wisp. Cathar Commando. Sun Teeth for the grindy matchups, I guess. We're not playing it, but... Pretty fair deck for a vintage cube, so... Would be pretty hard to 3-0 with this, probably. Yeah, we don't have much interaction. Just kind of play monsters and... Sometimes it's gonna be enough. Clearing. Ooh, Relic Order. Based. I really hope my opponents play artifacts and enchantments. Because then I have Cathar Commando, Relic Order, and Loran. If they don't play anything, then I don't have much. Probably not playing Wall of Omens in the main deck. Probably not playing... Ooh, Destroy Evil. Destroy creatures, actually. Probably want to play it. And Temporary Cockdown, which we don't really want. So I played the Metamorph, probably. So then I want to be playing what? Fetches and Tundra? But not Hallowed Fountain and Seacrom Coast. Fetches for Finning too. Is Spectral Procession good? It's okay with equipment. Because it gives me creatures to be equipped. Damn bro, such a good song. $29. I don't know how many lands we play. Could play land tax, but just draws planes. Don't care for the guy, don't care for the guy. 27 wins GTA, yeah. Got Titan 2. Yeah, the Titan. Good card Elspeth because she's kinda mid. Puts a permanent card with a shield counter. Right, it's got possession, I guess. Because it seems to kinda suck. We still need to cut one more card. Probably free drop. Got Tithe? No. Tithe is great. Wait, Usher? But Usher is my only 1 mana card. Do I not want to play 1 mana cards to pressure my opponents? No. What's my worst free drop? It's not Blade Splicer, it is not Loran. It's probably not Recruiter, it's not Adeline. Shit. Maybe I can't destroy evil, yeah. Probably history as my worst free drop. Well, let's cut this and... You know, this is even a knight for my History of Benalia. No, actually it's a warrior. This is a knight for History of Benalia. History is okay with Flicker Wisp. So I can't cut that because that would be a synergy that I remove from my deck, which is not acceptable. Alright, I've got a white monsters deck. White monsters. Why no Lurito main? You think Lurus is better than my free drops? Maybe Lurus is better than History of Benalia. Nice combo with Cathar Commando. Lurus seems better than Containment Priest, but Containment Priest can interact with people. Not always, but sometimes it can. 20 creatures, 4 order. 4 order being 2 equipment. 1 mana 5 and 1 removal spell. Spiel. So maybe in this deck, Wingmare would have actually worked out fine. Alright, go grab some drink and then we're gonna play the next vintage round. Really cool deck you drafted here. Glad Vintage Cube exists. Me too, yeah. No Bazaar. Mulligan. Yeah, Bazaar. Dom is very good. Sure. So is Bazaar of Baghdad, so we'll see how it transpires. But Mulligans to 5. There's a mul to 5. There is a chance we should just waste. Mulligans to 4. Is it a mirror? Or what is the deck? Plains. Mox Jet. Mox Sapphire. White Plume Adventurer. Okay. That was my opponent's entire hand. Oh. Should be able to beat it if my opponent doesn't top deck Wasteland or some other insane card. My Bazaars, my Wastelands are useless though. Oh, that's a good opening. Yeah, that's very nice. Virutvola, you say? Virutvolas, you say? Well, I have a better idea. Who's gonna take the initiative now? Blocking. I guess to scry 2. To scry towards something good makes sense. Sorry for dumb question because I know nothing about vintage. Why is Hexdrinker in the list? It's just thanks to Gaze Cradle, which can add a lot of mana. It's just a solid, non-graveyard reliant threat. Basically my late game, my deck's late game. Which my deck doesn't need late game often, but sometimes it does, and then Hexdrinker is good. Good at that. If the game stalls, if a Wurmcoil Engine gets dropped, if my opponent plays blockers, if my opponent has graveyard hate, but not much besides that, then a 6/6 protection from everything sometimes gets there. Originally, it also used to tap for Hogak, convoke Hogak, but there is no Hogak in my deck now. Which I guess makes it harder. Opponent scries too, and it seems like they have a tough one. Tough scrying is happening. Personally, I'll probably go to Catacombs to create this 4/1 black skeleton creature token with menace if I get the opportunity. But we'll see what is going to transpire. 0 top, 2 bottom, play planes. Anointed Peacekeeper. If someone were to get into vintage with the idea that initiative gets banned, what deck would you recommend? Why would it get banned? Mine now. How basic. It's vintage. You don't ban cards in Vintage. 2 mana now, can't top deck. Could you build a Vintage deck with Smelting Vat and Keys and Time Vault combo? There is a deck like that. Justin, I am actually level 1, the Vintage streamer. Played it a little bit for sure. I'm not sure how much, but he did play it. I don't care for Boseju in this matchup, but I care for Dismember. I don't care for Misstep and Chalice. Damn, that's actually too many cards. So let's have Boseju fast mana. Yeah. But if you're asking if I could personally build a deck like this, well, I guess, but it's already been built, so it seems kinda redundant. No reason to do the work that already has been done. You're gonna powder this. Powder. Nice hand. Hogak Bazaar was already established deck, but 2 and you did work, yes. That is not nice, opponent. My hand is not very good without this. So the Hexdrinker. Has to be. We have a Dismember to get through. Will we see Canister cycling a hollow one today? Could be. Wasteland, my Yavimaya. Ajajaj, Yavimaya. Alright. Ty mi tak, to ja ci tak. I guess. Strip mine your blinds. How does it feel now, bro? It's a little reason to waste the Ancient Tomb. There is some. I could Lotus power up the Hexdrinker. It's bad against Solitude. I could Lotus and play Bloodcast. That's not very good. I probably don't. Probably Lotus and power this up, and I don't think killing the land does anything. Well, we didn't see
He's a
Solitude. It might
phenomenal
happen,
control player.
I am way too close
why is
to
it not an
4
easy
years
wasteland? Well,
here.
with this, my opponent doesn't cast anything. And they could top the Tabernacle. Plain white plume. True. I guess we'll waste. And have a 4/4 and cannot be sword to plowshare at least. But we also keep mana for Dismember. I don't know. No, come on. City of Traitors, Blacklock. Okay, that's not great. We have to charm block or we get the initiative. Although I don't have basic forest in my deck. But yeah, now I wish I had the wasteland to kill the creature. Which I don't. Should play basic forest. At least in the sideboard, yeah. At least in the sideboard I should. And if they grow this, I can't dismember it anymore. That's so sad. Oh, they play the Bazaar. Basic forest in the deck wins in the spot. I agree, yeah. Just kills the guy and we're gonna win. I think we should play the Bazaar. Let's make space for a basic forest in the sideboard right now. Can, I guess, play only one Caracas because I haven't played against Hogak today. One less Bosejo, like 4 Bosejos. Just for the Sphinx. Seems like my opponent scried. Or did they? Oh no, because they take the advantage now. The initiative now. So they get to put counters or scry now. They move to Forge, put 2 counters. Not good. I solitude your creature, blah 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 blah. Sure, bro. You do. Alright, you won. I have lost my will to live. Like Anakin Skywalker's mom. Charles on the play seems good. What play we do get to activate this? We don't really need the Boseju. Boseju answers Tabernacle. Sure. So Blood Guy's medium. Well, it's generally speaking medium, but it's a creature. It's kind of for free, right? It's the Bloodgast thing. You can go without Bosejus. Bro, just activate Bazaar. It feels like the meme with Breaking Bad guy in the car. Just saying, no, canister, just activate Bazaar, no. And I can't hear that. My ears have been pierced through with the epiphany needle, unlike the Twitch shots. Could keep this because if we hit Bazaar with once upon, this hand is really good. It's perfect. Has Mox. Force of Vigor. I don't know if we can rely on that. Well, I can't. There's no backup plan. We cannot lose if we don't. Small again. Alright, good enough. That works too. Alright, no Tabernacle. Like, it would be unfair to play Tabernacle. No tabernacle, bro. No surgical eye there. Or anything like that. This is, I believe, the biggest amount of power you can get of a single Bazaar activation. 20 power in play, 12 with haste. Even if Tabernacle, they had 8 life, and if I manage to return the Vengevines again, they die. So honestly, you might have Tabernacle for the challenge, it's fine. And they play Tabernacle and don't do anything, yeah. Okay, don't have Tabernacle now because that'll be sad. No. I would like to really quickly play the Gaze Cradle. Pay for all my creatures. What? Well, my opponent's solid to that because they didn't want to be at 8 life versus 3 Vengevines returning again. Two Ritualas. Shows is quite good against them. Yeah, but he didn't play any 0 mana. Like, he didn't play any mana. They didn't have to though. Plays around Vigor. Then I discard Oof. Cradle Wasteland. We don't play a Cradle. My opponent Wastelands me now. I'll be sad, but Plains is more acceptable. Oh, okay, I think I'll wait a turn. Because I think I want to operate on a bigger hand with my Bazaar, because this hand is way too small to get anything super profitable. So my opponent has to pay for their stupid Tabernacle now. Could you have played Cradle to activate Bazaar on upkeep? Yes, but I don't want to. I see more cards the way I did that earlier. So now we can activate because we're gonna have 2 cards left over. Imagine like you work so hard to put 20 power into play on turn 1, and your opponent plays a stupid land. And it's like, yeah, bro, pay 5 mana. Or all of it is gone. And like, well, 5 mana? It's not cool. I don't have 5 mana. I could have played Cradle in past. Like, I don't think I ever actually done that, but it always feels a bit scary. Like, your opponent's gonna play Needle, name your Bazaar, etc. It all seems more likely than that. Very true, VTech. Scryed 2 to the bottom, so my opponent's a shit hand at least. As with Madness 0. Wait, but your Charles will counter that. Huh, not quite. All misstep. My initiative, wow, no. I started, so it actually sounded like very weak. So I play Cradle. No. Yes. Even taunted my opponent with the root wall activation in their upkeep. It's actually good, bros. It's to gain more life if they're solitude me. And like don't represent anything else than that. So I have 4-1, there's 64 players exactly, which is gonna be 7 rounds. It's 2 more rounds still. You love this deck, right, Canister? And it's indeed nice. Yes, I like this deck a lot. It's like there's no second deck like this, and well, I guess like all the other Bazaar decks are kind of like that, but there's no other decks in Magic that work that are as funny and how they work as Bazaar and Vintage, and it's just the sheer uniqueness of that is very nice. I like it a lot. It feels like playing a platformer game and you get out of bounds and you like travel in spaces where the game developers didn't intend you to walk really, and you visit realms otherwise unknown to other players. Is Gag still a deck? Yes, like this deck is kind of a like a direction in which Hogak went. But some people still play like Hogak and like the traditional deck with Hogaks, with suppliers, with Deathrite Shamans. What would you cut for a forest? I think the 4 Boseju, I don't know, from the sideboard. Like, I don't think you needed main deck. That seems good versus initiative sideboard. Or the Caracas, I don't know like how good it is in practice because I've just put it in there for the Hogak people. But I haven't activated it yet. I don't think other decks have many Caracas targets that are very effective. Alright, let's play a cube game. Where is Hogak? Hogak is gone. Hexdrinker is the top end. What's your take on Gruul, Boats, and Pioneer? It is a strong, if simple, deck. It's... I don't know, honestly, maybe you should play it tomorrow. Maybe I should play it tomorrow in the thing. I'll play it over the second Caracas, not feeling it in Vintage TBH. Well, it's for Hogak, to bounce Hogak in the mirrors. Of people that have Hogaks. Well, pseudo mirrors, I guess. But that's a pretty narrow use, so maybe one Caracas to find it, and it also takes your land drop, so can always deploy it. What's the deck to play tomorrow in Showcase? Well, I don't know, maybe it's Gruul. I was looking forward to Jant combo today, forgot how hard it was to join events. I did play a league with this deck, so if you like want to watch the VOD later than the beginning of the stream, included a Jant league before the Vintage Challenge, so Maybe that will satiate your hunger. It did feel really good, and I did 5-0, and it did had a good flow. I probably will not play the Modern Challenge tomorrow because I will just play the Showcase of Pioneer instead of double queuing, but if I were to play, I would play it in the Challenge. What Pioneer deck are you going to use? Probably Lotus Field. Maybe Angels. I don't really want to play Angels. I played Angels in a prelim yesterday off stream for 2 rounds. First round, I played against the blue-black Thassa's Oracle deck, which is not particularly great, generally speaking. But it's really consistent at just winning on turn 6. And it will cast the Fury removal spells along the way. In Angels, it will never win on turn 6 with a fail push involved. You can create an insurmountable board advantage by turn 6 very well, but will never win in time. So I was kind of dead from the start. I couldn't have won. And I lost a match. Then round 2 I got paired versus Lotus and same thing happened. And like felt like the worst deck ever. Which sword do we want to get? Jitte or Sophie? Stake Sophie. Because I have blue mana. Could you show Giant Creativity? Yes. Not sure of the emissaries in the sideboard, but like seem fine. For the Orvar Maniacs. Then you have them ready if your opponent like Necromancias. Does it win against Yawgmoth if you have protection from creatures? It does, right? If they... I guess it does if they play... No, they have Grist. And Grist is not a creature in play. But if you have 2, then you can name Enchantment, Planeswalker and Creature.
He's a phenomenal control player.
You have to Grist with Court/Evolution, true. They still need 2 of them. This main decking a swamp inciting a forest too much. I think you just don't have enough cards that cost green mana to warrant a forest. If like all the green cards in the main deck are... All the green cards in the main deck are red and 6s, and it doesn't matter, right? Because your fetches are mountains anyways. If you bring the Veils, it gets a little bit trickier, but I think you can like cast the Veils of the treasures, and then of the swamp you can cast your black spells, which you have much more. I think you have like few enough Veils that you can try to make treasures. Ah, bro, my deck is shit. Also a Flicker Wisp. Also, making treasures I have found much easier with Bitter Union in play. You can play Fable, haste the token, and create a treasure immediately. That when your opponent taps down for Moon, that line of play seemed to happen for me, for my opponents when I played against them. Like not for me myself, but I've seen that happen. That made sense. That it like makes the deck a little bit better versus Blood Moon, the reunion. Bernie Side, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Oh wow. Co tam się dzieje? Półka. But yeah, the emissaries are also for Hammer, where they have Orvals you can swap. Or just alternative win con. If they excel or Archons, but should for the most part not be great. But maybe you can play Forest too. Might be a bit too much, but maybe it's okay. Co tam kurwa znajdziesz? No nic nie ma w tym deku, no. Zamiast stwory są. Avacyn, cool. Mine now. Give back. Nice bribery. By the way, my creatures are indestructible now. I guess if they kill any of my guys, then Avacyn flips and kills everybody, which is a bit awkward. So the Avacyn transform different the baby Jace one. Well, yes, that's a different reason. It also just transforms, it doesn't change exile. Because the one that exiles itself only needs to exile itself because otherwise it wouldn't work within the rules. Because it like would become a planeswalker from a creature, which is too awkward. Yeah, exactly. They exile so they can get loyalty counters from entering the battlefield because the number of loyalty counters that's printed on a planeswalker card indicates the amount of counters that the planeswalker enters the battlefield with. If it just transformed to the other side, it would never enter, so it would just not gain the assigned amount of counters ever. It would just roll over and die. So yeah, like you flip your Jace and it just dies. Yeah, and also some like counters for tracking could be annoying. Okay, so Avacyn flips, but also they just die. Probably want to draw with the clue rather than play the sword. Like, really, I don't need the sword, they at 1 life. Just gonna die the same. I guess playing this was the best. The entire time. Cancel wins. They need to activate the Nanta Vanguard unless my opponent did something to Avacyn. Do I dance? No. I don't actually dance. We have Armageddon in the sideboard, but Armageddon mostly is pretty shit. Although against my opponent, they played Lens and died, so maybe it would make sense to have Armageddon. This is them. Because, like, you could kill the Lens that they just play and die, but I don't know. I guess we could destroy the artifact mana with all of my disenchantments and I don't know. I'll just resubmit, that's easier. Less thinking. We can go for damage against an island, like we don't need to protect from anything. Co tak chrupiesz? Charkasz to fulek. Katar masz jakiś? Koci? Oh no, this card is OP. Probably need to trade. It's a bit mana inefficient, but the free one is not gonna get any attacks either, so let's develop Mom. And the 1-2. Expressive iteration. Bribery more like borrowery. Now, just now I noticed this comment and I found find it to be pretty humorous. Standing desk. Yes, I have a standing desk. Actually, I have an adjustable desk from IKEA, which I sometimes use to stand to prevent sitting for 8 hours or 6 hours or 3 hours even. As it does seem to reduce my back pain if I stand up every now and then, instead of curling over in the chair like Quasimodo. I actually would recommend if you do a lot of sitting at your house. TVH. Draw step. Is that click? El clicco. Maybe exchanges and I'll draw something better. I guess this is bad because just give them a decision. Damn, thanks. Psych. And most of my spells are probably better than Cathar Commander, so it's kinda, I don't know if I sympathize with their choice, but I guess maybe they just were like, oh shit, I can't beat another spell. This guy has Cathar Commando, I have to exchange it too for a new card. Bribery. Sure, bro. Bribe away. Oh, I'll take a Vasen. Adeline this time. Interesting. I mean, I would take a Vasen probably. Because it seems to block well against my creatures. I guess Adeline blocks well too. It doesn't block the flyers. I don't know. I guess we just have an attack with the Restoration Angel now. Player 5 drop now, or land 6 drop. I dare you. Consecrated Sphinx, let's go. This song has extremely inspiring lyrics. What are they about? Tell me. I don't know what their deck is doing, but I think the answer might be not too much. Just frankly. Feels like gonna get upheaval or something. But then we mana type. So upheaval away. Canister wins the match. Can't say I'm surprised. Alright, one more match. Echo Baronen versus I am actually level 1. 2-2. Maybe you can watch that match. While waiting, I think I am actually level 1 streams challenges very often. Let's go. Phyrex and Dragon Engine. Blurus. Third Path Iconoclast. Mishra's Bubble. I think Echo Baronen is ahead with 2 Iconoclasts and Lurus active. Replaying Bubble each turn. What's in the yard for Justin though? Well, we see Time Vault. So actually maybe that's not the case. Because he has Goblin Engineer and Goblin Welder. So he can just get Time Vault and take infinite turns. In that case, you know, the surface level reading of the game might leave you thinking that Echo Baronen with like huge board advantage is ahead, but turns out that I am actually level 1 Justin might be the one to take the game. The combination of Manifold Key, Time Vault. He even has the Welder untapped right now, so it really... The key is tapped. If MTGO allowed to play other languages other than English, what language would you choose? I think I would still play in English. Okay, Goblin Welder is actually needled, but Goblin Engineer is not. Should we respawn the bubbles maybe? Get the Time Vault. To prevent interruptions, take at least 1 extra turn. I don't know if that changes much. Dismember. I mean, he can just take the turns now. Why is Dragon Engine a vintage deck? I'm not sure what's the exact wording on the Dragon Engine, but I think it says if it entered from the graveyard, you discard your hand and draw 3 cards, so it actually works with Welder. I think. Let's actually just check, it's pretty easy to check. Not this Dragon Engine. Card. What's the name of it, bros? Phyrexian. As opposed to the first one, which was not Phyrexian. If it enters the battlefield from your graveyard, yeah. So you can just unearth, you can just grab it. He forgot to tap, I'm not sure. I was looking up the card. Whoops. Damn, it seems like cutthroat plays are being performed at 2-2 bracket. While everyone is waiting. It's like a lengthy judge call investigation. Are they like in the 2-2 bracket while like everybody is waiting to play the rounds? And they're like, no, he forgot to untap the time vault. No, I did not. I actually pointed at the time vault. No, bro, but like... And then judges come and the floor judge is just like shaking his head and it's like, oh, I'll come back with the head judge. And the head judge comes and sits down and listens the story from both players and explains carefully and slowly what exactly is going to transpire. It appears you have forgotten your trigger. Your opponent wants you to not have resolved your trigger. But given our policy, we will let you resolve your trigger. And it all takes 45 minutes. Did he forget to untap or did he actually skip a turn with the time vault to untap it? Spirit Guide, Urza Saga, so that's nice. It's 4 minutes 33 seconds, actually takes a while to win. Alright, now he scoops. Curious. First had to make everyone wait to scoop. Alright, 4-1 bros. One more left. It's 64 plays. Is it 6 or 7 rounds? It's 7 rounds, right? It's 64 is the starting, right? 6 rounds? Oh, 5 is 7. Are you sure about that? I thought 64 is the breaking point. It says 6 out of 6. Shit. How do I never notice that? That's a very good point. Alright, I guess 6 out of 6. Let's go for the top 8. Win an in or lose an out. Which one is it gonna be? What events are going to transpire in this event? We'll see.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hyper Anton, thank you for your tier 1 sub for 30 months. I think it's going to be lose and out. Well, we'll see. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć. There's 12 people with 4-1, so it's not gonna be a clean cut. Bazaar? Yes. Keep. Chalice, but on the draw, unfortunately. Well, moves to 5. Last index 7 days ago, mono white initiative. Blinds. Pass. Is blinds pass on a move to 5? I mean, I don't mind going Charles on 0 and waste this. Probably don't need the Mox Ruby. Maybe I want to play the Mox Ruby. It's probably okay to play the Mox Ruby. I have this to discard, this, and probably this. I have 3 cards to discard. Wasteland, yeah. So I think I'll play the Wolf. Maybe like wait till I draw some good cards to Bazaar. So I have a creature in play. Because they have Wasteland only. They can have fast mana, so literally can't play like non-Thalia creatures next turn. Ancient Tomb, okay. Another Bazaar, so you can tap the first one without fear. Discard, discard, discard. Well, what will I mental misstep? There's nothing to mental misstep. Maybe swords, but maybe I can kill like Spirit of the Labyrinth. If my opponent plays that, I think most people don't play that, but if my opponent plays that, then it makes sense to keep green green. Oh, I'm taking the initiative. Maybe there are green take the initiative cards that I could play in this deck. I know there's a dragon, but it's 5 mana. A dragon that does that. Hollow one, whose abilities cannot be used. It's really lucky to have strip mine against like the planes opening of my opponent. Canister wins, good. So on the draw. Like this member didn't impress so far, but I guess we're gonna keep boarding it in. Also, Vigor is not super, but the Karate Dom person had Needle against me. Misstep hits, well, Swords post board, which honestly might be good enough. Because you discard otherwise. Misstep hits, Swords to Plowshares, which probably will be in like 4. I guess Needle, yeah. Vigor is a good against Spirit of the Labyrinth, yeah, but they don't play that for the most part. It's got the Charles on the draw. It's like got one like Bossage. It's got 1 Vigor. I don't know. Maybe bad. Because maybe hitting their mana is okay too, but it doesn't seem so. This can play Hexdrinker with Wasteland level at once. Seems weaker than Powdering. This doesn't do anything. Well,
control player.
It's not that it doesn't do
Different
anything,
build of
but
Bazaar.
it's Powder. This keep. Different build of Bazaar. Yes. Certainly there are different builds of Bazaar, and this is one of them. Well, the last hand was interesting. No, on the draw against initiative it wasn't. On the play you can keep hands like this, especially against like green decks that board hates. They have the spirit, so you're gonna have 4 copies of that versus them. Oh, once a pawn. Vengevine gets hosed by the Archon of Emeria pretty significantly. I played tapped Bazaar. Always land. Why your lands aren't coming to play tapped, bro? Seems like I should have been on the play though. Yes. Well, the first part is symmetrical. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn, but the non-basic lands only the 1/0 point controls. We're on the play game 3, which is really good. Because I have to tell you, bros, there will be game 3 from the look of things. I can win. Did you know that initiative is the French word for first strike, but also for initiative? I did. Came up in the chat, probably. Le first strike. Ah oui, oui, le first strike, very strong ability. Oui, oui, joli popon. Oh yeah, keep this. Might not have enough dismembers. I think I do have enough dismembers. In English, it's initiative for initiative and first strike for first strike, I know. I mean, I'm probably gonna play Yavimaya turn 1, pass. Is Wasteland Pass valid? I think I prefer Yavimaya Pass valid. Actually, no, Wasteland Pass is better. No, not quite. Well, it's a bit unclear. Advantages to both. There's some initiative deck that play Once Upon a Time, which... Hold on, I have the guy. Giving them green mana actually helps them, but... Play the gnome. Once again, it would be very nice to have a forest just to grab it and to have a card to discard to Bazaar. But we don't. Pithing Needle. Okay. Bazaar of Baghdad. Well, that's awkward now. Does Oof counter Needle? It does not, no. They have Solitude now, I will lose. If they don't have Solitude, I probably will win. Got the initiative, bros. Kill the lands, pass. I just play 2-2 and have to waste 3 dismembers. Opponent's like, shit, bros, I can't beat that. It's way too much for me. Do we go to the Lost Well or the Forge? Kills them better, but if we Lost Well, we can find Hexdrinker or even Rootwalla to play or another Oof. And then, yeah, Wellbear's better against Solitude, which they might draw eventually. I think Lost, and then makes the Catacombs the skeleton eventually. The treasure, not so good, but let's go Lost Well. Scry 2. Don't need that, and don't need that at this very moment. We can actually play Vengevine if you throw it. We can play this in a turn. For 4 mana. So we can kill their needle and free our Forge. Well, way too late. But I think it's better to play against my opponents potentially getting Solitude. Stash. Draw. Force this and this. Next turn we make a Catacomb Skeleton and then we enter the Throne of the Dead free, where we get a super powerful Hexdrinker. Could play the 4-drop now, which he doesn't seem to have. I don't think they have sold, they just must have dirt in here like Moxen. Skeleton of Menace. Now we have 2 creatures. We draw Cradle. Honestly, no point in using the Bazaar. I tap my Bazaar to play Hollow One. However, hardcast is a 5 mana Hollow One without Cradle. I don't think so. Opponent could have hardcasted Solitude. They couldn't because this cannot be activated and they had 4 mana. Duskwood Boar go. I don't even know that card. Doesn't even seem to exist. Darkwood Boar. And the unclean spirits went out and entered the swine, and the herd ran violently. The Bible. Mark 5:13. Very well put, Mark. I watched a few episodes of Black Mirror with Katarzyna the other day, and there was also one episode where a man entered the swine. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if his name was Mark though. I don't think so. Do I like Cradlevine more than Squeevine? Well, yes. A 64 player 6 or 7 rounds? It's 6. Round 6 out of 6. I mean, Squee is a fine deck, but I vibe with Hexdrinker more. Like, Squee is fine, but like, if somebody plays a Wasteland, it kinda dies. Which sometimes is acceptable, and it is a powerful deck, but oftentimes people just Wasteland you and you die. And I think the advantage of this Hexdrinker deck is that sometimes people Wasteland you and they die. Or you don't care, or you hardcast Hollow One for 5 mana versus Initiative. It's not like a super common way for a game to go, but it's a possible way for a game to go. So it does happen. The game's transpire in such a way sometimes, and of course, like Squee is better against combos. But like the stack combos, which is like what? Oops, all spells. Doomsday mostly, I guess. Which Doomsday is so rare. You ever entered the swine canister? No, I didn't. I never did. Maybe it was fate that you made you not register in the showcase. Maybe I was going to go 0-2 in the showcase, and instead I 5-0'd a league and top 8 at the vintage challenge. But maybe not. Let's play a cube game while waiting for a top 8. Who would go to in the modern showcase though? I don't know. Did you? Oh yeah, I could. Guess I'll keep. Which creature is the intrepid adversary, chat, on the artwork? Because there's actually three people in there. So the one most at the forefront, the like obvious answer, or is it maybe the lady in the back, or the guy on the left with the circle? The three of them. Well, it's adversary is singular, right? So can it be the three of them? I don't think that makes sense. Discard the Sacred Foundry. Why you pick it if you like discard it later? Could level attack them for free. Could play a 3/1 lifelink. I think we're gonna play a 3/1 lifelink. So it's the most damage added. I don't think we're gonna be kicking it soon. Rather adversarying it soon. And this we can keep for a nasty surprise for my opponent. Thank you for the raid. I am actually level 1. Thank you very much for the raid, Reno. I guess we can trade because we want to keep Monarch on the next turn. So you're gonna simply what, fetch this and play this and get Flicker Wisp probably. Has synergy with everything. You also have Caracas, so you could get Loran or Lurus. I think Flicker Wisp lets me grab another creature if I want to later, so just kinda. Blade of the Sixth, Bright Pog, it has lifelink. Flicker Wisp looks a bit like a biblically accurate Angel Bros. The wings. I guess maybe not much, but it looks spooky, I guess. So it does share that quality. Stack for 2 and probably play Jailer. Just what they're gonna do. Take my Monarch from me? No way. I activate Tarpit. Well, sure, bro. Nissa. Oh shit. Whoops. Monarch taken. So I hope they can't cast anything with that. Level. level. Attack Nissa. +6. Wait, but you don't get Monarch. Because we kill the planeswalker. That's still so not fun. You allow some really questionable music on the stream. Do I? The Pega plate. I mean, what else? What else am I supposed to do here? I don't have a better play. I don't know what's so questionable about the music, but maybe Bagra _knows _best colon will let us know what is so questionable about that. It's a deluge, bro. What you doing? Alright, at least they have no life. But they took my monarch and I'm fucked off. Flicker Jailer. Yeah, Flicker Jailer seems good. I didn't realize I'm going to lose monarch. That'll be better. Although you give them untap with Nissa, which is kinda spooky. What is crazy to me is that if you imagine if you lose enough life to drop to 1 life, then you literally and you have monarch, then you literally can never lose monarch. Can you kill a creature of content plus flicker? Yeah, but there is no creature in play to kill, unfortunately. Time walk, bro. But yeah, if your opponent is on 1 life, you can never get monarch from them via combat damage. And then it's really a broken mechanic because till the end of the game they just draw 2 cards and you draw 1. It's kinda sickening. A weź kurwa no. Ty diable. Jezu, jak mnie rozjebał. Ops. They have fast one. And Ren, is it good to play Armageddon against them or not? Probably not. Probably not really. What is Cat's name? Her name is Buka. And it means bread roll. Armageddon is never good to play. Well, what if your opponent plays Field of the Dead? I mean, that's literally kind of okay for me. Time Twister. They draw like shit and I draw well, I can actually win. Oh yeah, I mean Flash Monster, good. Time Walk on top, no. Tofu means tofu, actually yes. Yeah, Fastman Corsair, solid. They have 4 spells in hand. They draw Time Valk. Kill Corsair. Thank you for your advice. Kill opponent. Thank you for your advice. Anyone else? Something smart to say? Why doesn't she shoot planeswalkers? I was sure she's gonna shoot planeswalkers, but I guess too old to actually do that. I was sure the Ren is gonna die. Grave Titan, okay. Doesn't do anything. She's from the time where you could redirect damage through. Canister, who's your favorite TikToker? I never been on TikTok. But I once seen a TikTok from a girl who had one eye only because the other one, I don't know, presumably lost in some kind of an accident. And there was the Mariah Carey, no, not Mariah Carey, the Whitney Houston, no, which one is it? It's Mariah Carey or Whitney Houston, the like famous song where she sings, and I will always love you. I think that's Whitney Houston. And it's like kind of cut in a way where you didn't see that she didn't have the eye. And then it's like, I only want one thing. And like, it's kind of like funny editing and made me laugh. But I don't know who that person is, but like, I guess she's my favorite TikToker. For that one TikTok. And that like practical joke and like utilizing her own injury to make this joke land really well. TikTok is like a Twitter. Like Twitter. A mistake. True. Well, no, I mean, it's a thing. Like, it's not really a mistake. It's just a thing. It's reflective of society. We do live in society, after all. Just how it is. Regrowth time. Weź kurwa tam już. Atak za 6. Nie wiem, ile to mnie atakuje. Dobra, dam atak z tym terpitem. 3, 6. Don't forget this time you're playing in the top 8. Yes. I remembered. I am dead. Alright, let's just submit. How do you think it would feel to creep in a tar pit? Nice. Warm. Probably not warm, rather cold. Satisfying. Maybe actually not satisfying, like maybe actually kinda lonesome. Cold.
He's a phenomenal
Wet.
control player.
Do you like Seth Evans'
Damp.
videos?
It would be hot, my guess. I like Seth Everman's videos. I find them pretty funny, yeah. But I watch them on YouTube. No getting the white weenies. No, it's bad. Although I like to have a flat in the marsh. I don't know what that means. Let's keep this. We have a turn 1 play, turn 2 play, you know. Turn 3 play, turn 4 play, turn 5 play. We've got plays on all the spots of the curve. How much breeding would you do in a pool? Not much. Sure. Actually, no, don't do that. Fuck. I mean, you know, they're gonna take so much damage from the Usher, so it's gonna bite them. Let's go! Yes. Time to boast. Human warrior token. I boast. I'll beat you so hard, bro. Is that what boasting is? Weird that the spirit creates humans. It's pretty weird, yeah. Especially that's Usher of the Fallen, right? I don't know what an Usher is, but it is of the Fallen, and those clearly not Fallen. 5-core up with strip mine, insane. I think it's pretty sane. Unfortunately, it's pretty sane. I mean, they play a strip mine, like maybe they play strip mine, they spell slot, they have Ran, fast spawns. Seems pretty sane. Usher is a red and B singer, okay. Niv Mizzet, let's go. Frack task. Sure, I'm gonna beat that. Don't you worry, bros. We attack with this. I mean, maybe. Why not? I don't know, I'm surprised. Let's go! Plines, kurwa no, jebać ten magikowe cube, sranie se do mordy. Planesami. 18. 17. Losing to a 2014 modern deck. Literally mock spell and play. Don't undersell my opponent's deck. Time walk, no. The fetch Witherbloom commands to return the strip mine. That's better than time walk. I refuse to play with you. You won. Let's go and play our top 8. Not a clean cut. Shadara 4-2. I think Shadara was on initiative and we played against them. And in the early round and lost. Not sure. If it was Shadara, I can check. Yes, that was it. Can you show the vintage deck quick? No, it's the modern deck. Vantage. I hope they will Witherbloom command in their strip mine. TBH. Witherbloom command, easy top 50 card. I don't get the meme. So like ranking in cube and it's top 15 cube, you think? Or is that like jokingly you say that? This is the deck. I don't actually play the forest right now. I play for boss edge in the sideboard. The joke is LCV. Okay. Does LCV think Wither Bloom Command is a top 50 card in the cube? Sure. We are on the draw, but we are lower seeds, so that's okay. Although each of us is 5-1, so it's kinda kinda rude, but seems says their last deck is PO. Sand is fine. Not great on the draw. There is no joke. Witherbloom Command is very good in the cube. Okay. But there is so many cards in the cube that top 50 seems pretty hard for Witherbloom Command to be there. I think the top 50 cards in the cube are... Ooh, Workshop. Let's see if the last scene deck they played was... Coveted Jewel, yeah. I mean, seems good to waste this. It's 3 mana towards the Jewel. Against the Jewel, if you play the Collector Roof, you mostly win. You can draw a Mox in the meantime. Another Workshop, but they will not have a third one, right? Grim Monolith, okay, well they will. Collector Roof again. I wish I was on the play, that would be much easier then, or maybe I can draw Lotus? No, I can't. It's pretty hard not to lose when they play the Jewel first. Coveted Jewel. I copy the coveted Jewel. I copy the coveted Jewel. I copy the coveted Jewel. I draw. I copy the coveted Jewel. I play Mox. I PO everything. I play coveted Jewel. I copy coveted Jewel. This is what's going to transpire, bros. Hey, see, they copied coveted Jewel. Tank. I copy coveted Jewel. Yeah, bro, you do. I get the point. I get it. Damn, if they let me attack them, I'll be sick. Just let me attack you. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls attack you and aren't blocked. This is so weird. Like, why isn't it when I deal combat damage? Why is it such an odd clause? Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you. Okay, the money tutorial is gonna be pretty hard to not lose now. No blue mana poggers. Well, maybe they will have some soon when they copy the Jewel. Wait, what? I guess I can play Mox Sapphire still. Manifold Key, okay, that gives blue mana. I'll attack you with one of my creatures to draw an answer to Mike's commander. You can champ with a token. And aren't blocked. Hey, they're ending the turn! Oh. I see. Isn't Time Vault Key always game? Did I claim it is not? Did anyone claim it is not game? Pray don't play basic. One Eastland. But still. Is this matchup bad? I mean, I think this was played now. It was turn 3. Well, it was only turn 3 because I spent turn 1 wastelanding. If I won the coin flip, I would have played, you know, turn 1 Bazaar, turn 2 Oof, and that suddenly wins. One Ghostly Flicker in the sideboard. It's for flicking the jewel. I don't know in what matchups. But it is. I don't know if Boseju likes accomplishes much. It's not sideboard. I didn't watch Jessica Breach streams this week. Did you like it? Cause is EE you played creativity? What? Cause is EE you played creativity? The Jessica Breach decks, they're like fine, but they're not super. They need more refining. They're kind of like mid-range decks. I don't necessarily have a great plan against everybody because the combo is a little bit fake and it's not actually a great combo deck. It's like even worse of it being a combo deck than the normal Station Breach decks, which are pretty medium combo decks, pretty decent mid-range decks. And Breach is a really strong card in mid-range decks if you have ways to fuel your graveyard past just playing Magic the Gathering, and if you don't want to be playing probably that many copies of that, because if you play too many copies, it's also a bit not great. Because you can wow, I guess. Can get trying multiples is really bad of Breach. Please no turn 1. This deck turn 1s me very often. Probably does that very often. Turn 1 Saga, that does not turn 1. Hopefully no Needle, because I think we gonna be bad against that too. Mox Ruby, okay. Mox Jet, okay. Grim Monolith, okej. No weź spierdalaj, no kurwa, z tą igłą. Mordeczko, no. It's not good, not cool to do that. Shouldn't. Bazaar of Baghdad. Yeah, nice name. Did you ever think of Fotscare for Breach? I did think about that, yes. Thank last for the max still, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, like play cards in order versus Force of Will sometimes. Force of Vigor, but doesn't really matter. Gonna move to clean up, discard the Blazing Root Walla. It's gonna show them. Seems like they don't have anything at this. So soon we can start casting stuff. And the Hexdrinker is gonna get them, I'm sure. No, don't cast. Red, black, 3 mana. What the hell? 5, 6, 7, 8. What is this? Seems like they drew PO. Cool. Alright, bros. We lost. Quickly in 10 minutes. Thank you for watching today's stream. I think I don't remember beating that deck. Very few people play it, and I don't remember beating this Shop's Jewel PO deck. It always defeats me. No matter. 4 Force of Vigor, 4 Collector Roof, 1 Chalice. Same thing. Just still die. Refund my song request. No, I will not refund your song request. The songs join the queue and the queue plays when the stream resumes the next time. So your song will be played. Don't you worry about that. Although I guess you might not be there to listen to it, but I never refund songs for that reason, because that would be way too much trouble for the benefit, so. Playing anything tomorrow? I'm playing the Pioneer Showcase for sure. Maybe I'll play the challenge in the morning, but probably I will not stream it if I play it, the Vintage. I'll see if I wake up for the 9 AM challenge or not, or if I'm going to be sleeping. Make sure you sign up this time, okay? Well, thanks. I'm not sure what I will play the Pioneer Showcase challenge with. Maybe a cringe deck like Gruul or Angels. Maybe Lotus Field. I don't have experience with like Gruul and Angels much. Days Undoing. I'm sure Days Undoing cannot beat Angels ever. Maybe it actually can. And yes, stay hydrated, bros. Stay hydrated. Drink your milk, juice, water, tea, coffee, or any other beverage of choice. I guess coffee dehydrates you. Or so I've been told. Angel has more swag than Gruul. You'd think so, but I think they have a similar amount of swag. See you tomorrow.